Council study session for Monday, June 26th. We have a full agenda for us tonight. Up first is going to be City Manager Sean Lewis. Are you guys able to hear this? Is it coming through clear? Okay. And Director of Public Works, Victor Rochelle, here to give us an update on the flooding that occurred last week. Go ahead, Director. Or Sean.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start us off tonight. Thank you for allowing us to report just on the storm impacts and what we're doing in terms of follow-up. We really have kind of a three-part presentation we want to give tonight, keeping this tightly to 10 minutes. First is the impact to residents, first and foremost. The impact, second, impact to underground infrastructure, our parks infrastructure, and actions that were taken during the event. And then what improvements are underway now to address future problems. So we'll start with the resident impacts. Certainly that is always our number one concern, is what is the impact on our residents. And to date, we've had 2 residents that have come forward that have mentioned, that have reported that they have had water damage in their homes, one through 911 and one by email the next day. And referrals or contacts that were identified from those 2 individuals. So once we reached out to them and talked to them, we got names and addresses of other folks. We did learn that about 3 had some level of damage between a 1/4 inch of water kind of puddling in the basement to one home on Shenango with about 2 inches reported in the basement. And so over the weekend, we've also put a call out on social media to ask for additional folks who may have been impacted, either their yards or their homes. And to date, no one has filled out that map that you can enter your own address and tell us what you experienced. So we haven't had any of those come in. And then regarding the sinkhole on Oxford, we know approximately 11,500 vehicles drive that street daily. So certainly that is an impact on many of our residents that are visiting our city. And we know that these are inconveniences, both for drivers and certainly costly renovations for those 2 individuals and families who were impacted with water in homes. And so we have today, first thing this morning, launched a storm impact grant for folks, qualifying folks, that if you did have damage to your home and qualify, you can get insurance deductibles paid, you can get direct repairs paid, and assist with some of those. This is the same program that we set up in 2018 after that storm. In addition, various staff and I have been in contact with the residents who were impacted. I talked to 2 on Acoma today, this afternoon, and talked to them about their experience and how things are going with that. Really, I think for the most part, with the exception of one, all of the residences are having pretty good luck with mitigation efforts. What they are talking about, though, is what can the city do to help kind of flood-proof some of the homes, particularly in those low-lying areas, that if the 25-year storm event system is overwhelmed, are there things that we can do to assist homes with, their window wells around their basements, walkways in front of basement stairwells to assist? So I'll be talking to staff about some of those opportunities and bringing those back to council. And now I'll turn it over to Public Works Director Rochelle, who will report on the level of storm we experienced.
Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon. So the rain event that we experienced on Thursday afternoon generally started around 3 o'clock to 3:20 and lasted to 4 o'clock. We have a rain gauge in Rotolo Park. It's a Mile High Flood District live rain gauge. Based on that information, we received approximately 1.2 inches in a 40-minute time period. We have been communicating with Mile High again today, confirming that data, as well as getting additional data. The park, Powers Park in Littleton, which is just south of the city limits, actually received 1.14 inches in 15 minutes, which kind of confirms some of the data that we're seeing in Rotolo Park for this being a pretty significant event in our area. And with that, I'll turn it over to Peter.
Good evening, Council. Just a couple of things to report as it relates to utilities specific to our 2 basically surface water features, which are City Ditch and McClellan Reservoir. And once we saw the storm coming in, we had actually preemptively shut off the ditch in the area that we know we have known flooding. And so we diverted the water that was in the ditch into North Reservoir, so that north of the reservoir, we did that at 8:30 in the morning that day so that we could allow the rest of the ditch to drain out. We opened up the siphon into Harvard Gulch, which then allows it to drain out the other end. So that allows for capacity so that when we do get high amounts of storm runoff into the ditch, there's at least available capacity to convey that when we experience those instances. We also sent crews out there once the rain event occurred and we saw that there was flooding to the location at Sherman and Dartmouth, which is where we experienced some flooding about a month ago down the alley. Had pumping there overnight, just monitoring it. It never did crest or flood, so we were sure that it didn't leave the banks of the ditch. McClellan Reservoir, which is south of town near County Line in Santa Fe. We got to the reservoir's full, and there was a significant amount of water that was coming down Dead Clark Gulch from Highlands Ranch. That's caused the reservoir levels to rise rapidly, and we got to within 1 foot of the spillway, which is the overflow spillway. We sent staff down there. They notified people downstream of the spillway because it's not something that normally flows water. In talking to those residents, we let them know that this is a designed feature that's supposed to occur at certain times, so we didn't want to alarm them, but also the feedback was, they've lived there for 30 years and they've never seen it. We checked with people who've been with the utility for 30 plus years. They've never seen it go over the spillway. So we were within 6 inches to a foot of the water cresting the spillway and going over. We had some data coming from our SCADA that was indicating that potentially it was going over, so we're working on update. We've got a project to fix the data that's being relayed from the reservoir, but fortunately we didn't go over the spillway, but we did maximize the amount of water in McClellan Reservoir. So that's it for our 2 facilities. And I'm going to turn this over to Brad with Parks.
Thank you, Peter. Good evening, Council. So our report first on Rotolo Park was what happens is Parks always looks at forecasts each day. And so what happens is they went out at 7:30 that morning when they seen that there was on the forecast that there was weather coming in. And what they did is they made sure the grate was clean and everything else looked good in the park and stuff. So at 3:30, when the storm was actually hitting, park staff was deployed to come out into the areas. Staff was on site at 4:25 p.m. with that one. Stormwater helped remove debris from the grate at Rotolo Park. At about 5 o'clock, a little bit after 5 o'clock, we did notice that water was receding from that area, so that was good news from us. Then what happens in the next day, flood debris started being removed at 6:30 a.m. on Friday morning. The debris was being removed from Rotolo Park, also at Bard Park, Northwest Greenbelt, and also Bellevue Park. So that's what was going on at Rotolo Park. As far as Little Dry Creek, what happened was staff started actively monitoring that area at 6 o'clock in the morning and just continued because once again, they noticed in the forecast there was a possible storm that would be coming in. On-call personnel were called in at 3:30 p.m. Staff began monitoring that site at 5 p.m. that day, and what they were noticing was there was a good flow that was going through the grate at that time. The other thing to note that where the debris was on the lower part of that trash grate, that we don't have the equipment that will reach that far down to remove the debris. We weren't concerned as much when we found out later in the afternoon then, as water was still coming down, that there was enough flow to go through there that we weren't worried about it cresting over the top of that trash grate with that one. At 8:38, Parks was called back in, the on-call staff, to monitor Little Dry Creek, to see that trash grate, to see if we had to get the debris from the top of that grate with that one. And then also we just continued to monitor that. We were updated via Teams at 11:15 p.m. Staff felt comfortable with the flow that was going through at that time. One thing also is what our maintenance plan is with parks even prior to this, and we'll continue to do that. Anytime that we see in the forecast that there is heavy storms or weather coming in, they will continue to go down to those areas and make sure grates are clean and that all of the waterways are cleared out. So if something happens, and then upon a storm that goes through, they will continue to go into the morning and start cleaning debris as early as 6 a.m. with that one. So that's the report that we have. Also, we were in contact with Public Works the entire time that the event was going on. And with that, that's a report from the Parks Department.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the report. Can I get an update on where we are with the Oxford sinkhole as well?
Yes, Mayor, I'm happy to report on that as well as Rotolo Park. So the Oxford sinkhole, the contractor arrived on site Friday afternoon and began work securing the location. Saturday, they removed the broken pipe that was visible and continued to work that area. At the moment, they are in the downstream section, actually removing parts of the metal pipe that got sucked into the system. That's being removed and cut out today and probably will continue tomorrow. Their structural engineer is on site and evaluating how to support the retaining wall that is there so that they can safely operate underneath it and make that connection. And we're expecting an update on that hopefully by tomorrow. We're continuing to coordinate with the Oxford Station apartments on approaches on how we get to certain parts of the pipe and make those repairs, including installation of potentially 2 new manholes, as well as the missing piece of pipe now that's been removed. The contractor's also currently looking for that material to replace that pipe with.
Thank you, Director. Anything else, City Manager, before I ask up questions from council? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm done. I do have Tim Hoos here who would like to give an update real quickly on the South Englewood flood reduction project, if that's okay.
Hello, Deputy Director.
Good evening, everybody. I just thought I'd give you a quick update on the project we have in design to prevent these things from happening in the future. We do have, the project is 99.9% done. We hope to be out for bids on that project here by mid-July. We'll be able, what we're gonna do is we've kind of split it into 2 projects. We have the detention pond and then the pipe between Rotolo Park and the new pond is gonna be its own project. So we'll build the pond and the connecting pipe as one project, and then the lining of the Oxford pipe, which will hopefully prevent the blowouts and the sinkholes there. We'll line that pipe, not only increase the structural rigidity, but also the flow characteristics. So it'll work in conjunction with the new detention pond to not only hold these surges of water back, but also be able to handle the water flow better that comes to that pipe. So those 2 projects are going to be bid out concurrently. We'll bid them hopefully both out at the same time, and the plan is to get bids in August, and if the bids come in within our budget, we should be before council in September with the recommendation for a award of a contract to construct both of those projects that we can start hopefully this fall, and by the end of next year have both those projects constructed and ready to go.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Mayor Pro Tem, I see you have a question.
Yeah, I have a couple actually. Regarding the Oxford pipes, have those pipes been lined previously, or was this included in the original scope of work for the flood reduction project?
So yeah, the lining was part of the flood reduction project in conjunction with the pond volume. We need to get a little more capacity in the Oxford pipe, so the lining is part of that design to give us a little more capacity in that pipe to smooth out it's corrugated pipe now, so it's got the ridges in it. The lining will smooth it out, so we'll be able to get a little more flow in there, and that's all part of the original design.
Okay, so it was originally intended with the project to put that lining in after we finish the detention ponds.
Correct. Originally, we were going to package it all as one big project, but it's really 2 different projects, 2 separate contractors. That lining is a very specialized type of product that's used in a specialized installer, so we need to, it's better to just divide them up now and go ahead and hire that contractor directly rather than having them subcontract through the pond contractor.
Okay, great, thank you. And then secondly, regarding the city ditch, I heard some things about city ditch conveying stormwater. And I'm wondering if we're concerned that when we enclose the ditch, we may see increased issues with flooding during high rain events.
So as it relates to the ditch portions that we are going to pipe, those are all south of the Allen plant. And as part of that design, we do have areas where There's a couple areas that we've identified. These are more in Littleton where water ends up in the ditch via the street runoff ends up pouring directly into the ditch. So any design that we're going to move forward with has to accommodate the stormwater in a way to move it either around the ditch or through the ditch or utilize part of the ditch to convey it. Once you get north of the Allen plant, we aren't actually piping anything as part of the city ditch project, this current city ditch project. However, that doesn't mean we aren't looking throughout the reaches that are open channel of city ditch north of the Allen plant until it terminates at Harvard Gulch to identify those areas that are problematic as it relates to stormwater flowing into the ditch. Because in theory, the assumption is the ditch is full. The assumption when you're designing stormwater around an irrigation ditch is you assume the ditch is full and it doesn't have capacity. In reality, that's not how things were designed over the last 80 years. And so we do have some areas where water is discharging into the ditch, and we're evaluating those north of the Allen plant. We know this one spot that we have a problem that's near Cherry Hills Village, which we have a response plan for until we can potentially determine some kind of a capital project that fixes it.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions, Member Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. My question is just what if we have any update on the cause of the pipe to the sinkhole and what happened with that particular pipe? I remember in 2020 we had that whole pipe scoped, and I thought we had uncovered all the areas that had deterioration in the bottom. Do we know if that what was the cause of that particular failure at this point? Are we still researching that?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. So we are still researching it, but the current information we have from the contractor, based on observations, are leaning towards unrestrained joints and turns in the pipe. So it's a metal pipe. There were several 45-degree angle turns without restraining. So without blocking, restraining, or a manhole, those are susceptible, unfortunately, under large events to additional strain. And once a small seam breaks, then you start to get the sinkhole action where soil liquefies and pulls back into the pipe.
I guess my follow-up question is, do we know of any other areas along that pipe that have similar issues or any other issues that maybe we didn't consider that could cause future problems? I'm just thinking ahead, I think this came as a surprise for a lot of us after having the pipe scoped and knowing we had a project in place to do it. Is there anything else we're missing that we need to do some research on to make sure we prevent potential future problems along that pipe?
This specific section of pipe will be re-inspected and cleaned as part of the current repair effort. We're not aware of anything else on this section of pipe, but we are going to go ahead and look at other stuff within our system to try and get ahead of any future issues that are of similar nature.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Member Russell?
Thank you. I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the sinkhole on Oxford, there was another sinkhole there back in 2018. Same thing, it had gone underneath the retaining wall. There was a hole by the apartment. So that was all fixed. And I don't remember if that was, we had like 5 sinkholes at different times. Some of them before the flood, some of them after the flood. Some of them were west of Santa Fe. There were a couple of them east of Santa Fe. I do know this, that the city of Englewood gave permission when they built Oxford Station for Oxford Station to put their storm drains directly in to our storm pipes. So in addition to all the other stuff coming down there, so is it possible that that could be causing some of the problems at that location?
Thank you, Councilmember. So the Englewood Station connection is actually downstream of this location, and we do not believe that it had any impact in the sinkhole that we've seen occur.
It's not Englewood Station. It's the Oxford
Oxford
Apartments
Station.
right there on
Yes,
the
ma'am.
corner.
Sorry, yeah, you're correct.
Okay.
They tie in further west or downstream of the sinkhole. I believe it's in the parking lot, if I'm not mistaken, to the south, or west, excuse me.
Okay, that would be good information to know. I do have a couple of questions. How many rain gauges does the city have in Englewood? just Rotolo Park, or are there others?
The one in Rotolo Park is actually owned and operated by Mile High Flood District. There are other city rain gauges within the city. Most of them are in our parks. But I do not believe those are live data fed, unless someone in parks would like to correct me. But we do collect rain data from those.
Okay, and then this probably is for the city manager. Did we contact Arapahoe County Emergency Management?
Yes, we did, and they offered their assistance. Tim Dodd manages that contract for our office, and they advised us on a number of things, including the fact that this could be, if there's any kind of declaration about that event, particularly with the tornado and associated rain events, that we should be tracking all of our expenditures and all of our time and efforts. And so we are doing that now, and we do anticipate potentially, asking for reimbursement.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then, I mean, this is maybe for down the road, especially the properties there on Acoma. I mean, and somebody sent me a video that came back from 2018 where Maria DeAndrea had said the city was going to buy out properties, and then that never came to discussion. I think that that's something perhaps that city council should consider, especially in homes where there is danger to life and safety. So I think we need to address that too. And perhaps, I don't know that the council at that time, and I'm totally against this, but if we can't get this fixed, we may need to go ahead and look into FEMA declaring it as a floodplain.
Well, I can let our stormwater manager, our floodplain administrator answer that question about FEMA. But, the Calibre study did call for that, I believe, some of those buyouts. But ultimately, that was not the direction that staff received from council. And so, again, in my conversations with really the one person who was affected, the other person doesn't consider themselves affected because they had a clogged drain at the bottom of their basement. I spoke with him 30 minutes ago. They both, expressed an interest in if we just had, a foot where water doesn't flow, directly into basements, because that curb line on that street, correct me if I'm wrong, is almost the same height as those basement entrances. So there really, are some potentially easy wins, maybe not inexpensive, but to flood-proof those homes, particularly those at the very bottom of basically a pond in the city.
So you saw that one house, correct? Most of when it flooded the last time and the young lady died, it came around the house and went down, and the stairway goes down, and they couldn't get the door open because once you even get 8 inches of water on there, it's almost impossible to open that from the inside. I just want to make sure that we visit this because I don't want to have any more deaths in this city because we haven't taken care of what we should have. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Wink.
Thanks, Mayor. Director Rochelle, thank you for the information you've provided thus far. Just a question about those 45-degree joints and the assessment and research of any other potential areas that might be subject to similar occurrences as this week. How easy is that analysis to conduct, and is it an added cost? And if so, what percent over are we going? What does it take to really examine? This doesn't seem like something simple.
Great question. Thank you, Councilmember. So we just wrapped up earlier this year our surveying and mapping exercise for stormwater north of 285. And we've received GIS files from our consultant. So we're able to conduct that analysis north of 285 through our GIS software. Based on that information, so that's a relatively easy exercise. South of 285, we have the vast majority of our system in GIS. In 2024, we'll be completing the SAM surveying and mapping south of 285. So there's going to be a little bit more legwork up front for the system south of 285 at the moment.
Okay, so that's quite a bit of the city, but
yes.
Yeah. And by when in 2024 do you think we could get there?
Based on our experience this year, they were wrapping up in April April, May timeframe, we started receiving our GIS files.
But at the least, it's the lesser problematic area of the city thus far, right?
It is, and we do have some of that information already in our system.
Okay, good. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks,
Member
Mayor.
Woodward.
Thank you. My question is on the sinkhole and the pipe that's there. I noticed it was metal was the first thing. Typically, isn't storm drain pipes concrete doing that, or a newer way than some of our real old pipes?
Staff, were you able to get the entire question? Or if not, I could ask Jim to respond. Go ahead, Director.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, council member. So yes, that pipe is corrugated metal CMP pipe. And we are looking to replace it, provided materials available, with concrete pipe. We're working with our contractor now for that. So there is some cost difference, of course, but there's also longevity and maintenance benefits to concrete pipe, and that's the direction we are currently trying to go.
Anything further, Member Woodward? By the way, you were cutting in and out on that last question, but it looks like you're frozen. But any further questions for members of council? If not, I appreciate the update. Thank you very much. Obviously, we want additional information that becomes available, but I appreciate your time tonight. All right. Moving on to agenda item 2, this is the charter amendments for the November ballot consideration. We have our City Attorney Tamara Niles online.
Great. Thank you.
Outside counsel Kathryn Sellers here to discuss the proposed final charter amendments.
On that. You know,
I believe there's a presentation.
Member Woodward, I think we put you on mute, so there we are. All right.
All right, so the first, so we have a presentation on some questions that we've drawn up regarding ballot questions to amend the
well, I have
charter.
one. Can you hear me?
Jim, you're cutting in and out, so you may want to turn off your video, and then you may be coming in a little bit clearer, but we have Ms. Sellers ready to present on the second agenda item. Go ahead, Ms. Sellers.
All right, so we have several questions for you to consider tonight to be put before the voters to amend the charter. The first one is regarding the power of referendum related to the levy of taxes. And the purpose of this amendment, as we've discussed, is to ensure compliance with Tabor. Because Tabor requires new taxes, or a change in tax policy, or increased taxes to be subject to voter approval. It's going to already go to the voters for approval. And so having a referendum doesn't make a lot of sense. In addition, in section 47 of your charter, which is the section on referendum, it actually excludes ordinances levying taxes. So you have some inconsistency between section 78 and section 47. So our recommendation is to enshrine Tabor into this section of your charter and remove that right to referendum.
Any feedback from members of council regarding this question? Anybody disagree with the, I'm sorry, go ahead, Member Russell.
So what happens if we do nothing?
If you do nothing, you will have inconsistent provisions in your charter, which can cause confusion. But, you know, that may not occur. Council may interpret the charter in a different way, and there may not be an issue. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't predict that.
What happens if we put it on the ballot and it's voted down?
It would be the same outcome as if you did nothing.
Thank you.
Anybody disagree with making the change? All right, moving on to question 2, Ms. Sellers.
All right, so question 2. So on this question, we had discussed it quite a bit, and you had asked for more information, and our office provided that to you. And so this is the question on special elections. So as you recall, sections 14, sub 2, and sub 3 of your charter really limit when special elections can occur and on what topics and when they can be combined. And so our recommendation was to remove 2 and 3 of section 14. Section 1 would remain, and allow the city to have special elections with a little bit more flexibility. In addition, there were some issues regarding, particularly when general obligation bonds could be held at a special election, and that was not in compliance with Tabor. So this change would make that compliant. The changes to 6, 34, 48, and 77 are cleanup references to section 14. So not substantive changes, but changes that need to be made if 14 sub 2 and sub 3 are removed.
Go ahead, Member Noonan-Camp.
Thank you. Ms. Sellers, is this the actual ballot language that would appear?
It's the proposed ballot language.
And so if citizens wanted more information about what those sections are, is there clarity around, it says, you know, shall they be repealed or amended? How will citizens have clarity on exactly what is being repealed and exactly what is being amended? Will that be included in, can we include it in the Blue Book, or how else will folks know?
So my suggestion is that you include it in any materials that you post on your website or information that you post. It's neutral information, so it's just an explanation of the ballot question. You could also include it in the resolution that you pass if you want to pass a resolution supporting the questions. This would not be the ordinance that you would pass to actually refer the questions. We could include it in the question, but because there's so many sections, that's the reason it's missing in this one, is because it's pretty lengthy. But I suppose it could be included in the question. I don't know how Arapahoe County would react to that.
I understand. I appreciate the effort to try to make the question readable. We also have no guarantee that voters will read other information. And I do wonder if maybe just a little bit more information about what kinds of changes or amendments we're proposing in this section. If maybe without including every single section, maybe we can include a little bit more detail would be my preference. But I understand that's a challenge.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Member Russell.
Thank you. On this one here in section 14, 2 and 3, we changed, I want to say we changed the law on special elections maybe 5 or 6 years ago. Is that reflected? And I don't know, that might be in the Muni Code rather than in the charter.
So in 2015, section 14.1 was amended to change the timing of special elections. Sections 2 and 3 were put into the charter in 1965 and have remained unchanged since then.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any further comments from council? Go ahead, Member Noonan-Camp.
Sorry, just one more question. I can't remember. In the final language, in the final amendment, are we limiting the number of elections in a year or not?
No, we're taking the limit off.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from council? Does anyone disagree with the language in front of us? Any feedback or? Don't see any disagreement at this point, so we'll keep the language within the document, but we'll move on to question 3. Go ahead, Ms. Sellers.
Okay, and we can work on maybe a more detailed question as well to bring back to you when you pass your ordinance. Okay, so question 3. So we've talked about this one. The current provision is unconstitutional, and so this would essentially make the charter provision constitutional, allowing any persons, they do not have to be registered electors, to circulate an authorized petition under section 34. So this is only changing a small portion of section 34.
Any questions or comments from council? Anyone disagree with the language? Seeing none, question 4.
All right, so question 4 is, there's 2 slides there. Question 4, sorry. Okay. So this is, we talked about this. This is a provision within your charter that requires all plats to be submitted to the Planning and Zoning Commissions for recommendations to council for approval. This is not currently your process in your code. And so we suggested that you just remove it. Council can always take that power back if it so chooses to. I believe it does see major subdivisions, just not all subdivisions.
Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. So, I mean, currently this is in the charter. If we decided that we wanted to do this, we could change the muni code without a vote of the people, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm not sure that I want to change this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any other comments, questions from council? Anyone in disagree? Go ahead, Member Newcamp.
Sorry, I'm going back to my notes. I'm just making sure I understand this one correctly. We've looked at a lot of different versions of these. Can you repeat, Ms. Sellers, the explanation of this one? This is saying that planning and zoning will look at all subdivisions or only major? Because I know this is where we had our charter and our alignment, correct?
Yeah, so your code and your charter are not aligned. And so I think currently you only look at major subdivisions. So this would allow council the flexibility to set the decision-making authority through ordinance instead of via the charter. So you could keep it the way it is right now. If this charter amendment passed, you could keep it the way it is now and only see major subdivisions. You could delegate all of that. You could take it all back under your land use authority and decision making. So you would see minor subdivisions, major subdivisions. You know, if there's any other administrative subdivisions the city has, they would all come to you. So it just allows you flexibility and consistency. Sorry, go ahead.
That's good. Great. Thank you very much. I'm fine.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? Would council want to change the language as stated within question 4? Oh, go ahead, Member Anderson.
Yeah, I'm supportive of the changes to allow, I mean, I know minor subdivisions are quite common, and as long as they're, in terms of combining lots or subdividing lots, whatever's, we make those subdivisions legal through Title 16. So I don't think those need to come before council, but right now our charter requires them to. So I would prefer to change this and then make a decision on what level of subdivisions should come before council, or what P&Z can do, or what staff can do.
Thank you. Member Russell?
Thank you. So if we change this, will planning and zoning be taken out of this altogether?
No, it would be whatever your code says their role in subdivisions is.
So it would just remove that one sentence that you've struck out?
Correct. Just that one sentence.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Well, I'll ask it this way. Anyone else disagree with question 4? Are we for the question as proposed? See some head nods. Don't see anyone else jumping in. Actually, I noticed that did we lose Jim? He's still on. He's just not on the screen. Okay, perfect. All right. I don't see. Actually, give me 1 second. City Clerk, are you able to see if he raises his hand? Okay. Thank you. Since I see no other, we'll go ahead and go with question 4 as written. So go ahead, Ms. Sellers.
All right, question 5. All right, so this is the one, again, this is another kind of code charter conflict. You currently delegate, particularly your contracting authority, to staff up to, I think, $100,000 right now. So this would allow you the flexibility to make that choice by ordinance or policy to delegate these, both the contracts and the conveyances and interests of land, to a staff member or whomever. So it just allows you that flexibility.
Thank you, Ms. Sellers. Any questions from council? Member Russell, go ahead.
So conveyances of land would not have to come to the city if we change this?
No, conveyances of land would still come to the city unless you passed an ordinance or a policy directing otherwise. The removal of this language does not automatically mean staff is approving all your conveyances of land. It just allows you the flexibility to delegate it. If you choose, if you don't, then that's fine.
So if the language got changed here, nothing would really change unless we change the Muni Code or the ordinances?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Anyone disagree with the language that's been proposed? All right. Anything else, Ms. Sellers?
Yeah, actually, if we could go back to the second and third slides on question 3, that's the recall provisions. We skipped those, and I want to make sure we discuss those.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Sellers.
Yeah, sure. So this is also section 34 of the charter, and these are the proposals to the change in the recall election process. And so currently you have a 2-election process. So you have your recall election. If the incumbent is recalled, then you have an election to actually put someone in that vacancy. As we discussed under the municipal election code, it's 1 election. So we're proposing 1 election, borrowing a little bit of the language for the municipal election code. The goal is to streamline the process, run less elections. And so that's kind of the point. If I could get one more slide, the next slide, please. All right, so I did want to point out some additional language, and it's in that last sentence there. This was requested to be added to, and this would be an addition. This would be a new provision in the charter, which states that any recall petition may or may not be circulated or filed against an elected officer whose office is up for election within 6 months. So if there's an election and a term is coming to an end within 6 months, a recall petition couldn't be circulated. That is in the municipal election code currently, and so that's an addition, language you haven't seen before. Lastly, I was asked to kind of address the pros and cons of having 2 elections versus 1 election. I think it can probably cut both ways. There is the streamlining and the saving of money and the only having 1 election and you don't have a vacancy for very long. The issue, I think that, there may be some concern that people could, circulate a recall petition. And if there was 1 election, say, oh, I'm a better candidate than this person, you can recall this person and vote for me. They could probably say that anyway, even without the 1 election process. They could say that even with the 2 election process, they could circulate it and tell people they're going to run. I guess the other side of that coin, and I think everybody's going to be different, but some voters may like to make a decision about recall, looking at the possible candidates that would take that place, basically making a decision. Do I want to keep the person in office, or, do I really like this other person, or my choices aren't great for other people and I'd just rather keep this person in office? And so I think that probably cuts both ways, to be honest. It's going to be a personal preference for the voter. So I was asked to discuss that a little bit, so I wanted to include that.
Thank you for that, Ms. Sellers. Any questions, comments? Go ahead, Member Russell.
I just would like to make a comment. I'm not saying whether or not this is good or bad. What I'm going to say right now is we're in the midst of 4 recall elections, and I think that it's unwise to change this right now. I think that we should wait until after the recall election to see. And I mean, the one illustration that you gave, Ms. Sellers, about somebody saying that they would like to run, it would be prohibited to a certain extent by the Fair Campaign Practices Act, because once they make that statement, I believe they have 10 days to declare.
I don't know off the top of my head whether that's true or not. I think once they get nominated, they have 10 days to accept the nomination. But if they're not circulating a nominating position, or not a nomination position, and they're just talking like, hey, I'd like to run for council, I don't think that triggers a 10-day, but I'm happy to check.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other feedback from members of council? Go ahead, Member Anderson.
Ms. Sellers, I guess I'm wondering how on this language here says on such ballots under each question, is that under the question as to whether the council member should be recalled? There must also be printed the names of those, but it can't include the person being recalled. I'm not real clear from this language what the ballot question would actually look like. If the name of the person getting recalled is not one of the options there, then I guess it's just assumed that they're going to remain and then would they be able to fill in a bubble for one of the other candidates if they, anyway, I'm just not clear how this works. I'm not sure the language is clear as to how that would actually work. Do you see it otherwise?
Sure. So on the ballot, yes, it would say, should so-and-so be recalled? Yes or no? And then it would have like on a, it would look just like it does on, if you're just electing new officers or new elected officials, would have, which one of the following shall be elected to the position of council member, and it would have a list of names. The person being recalled is not listed in the name of people who could be voted then into office if the recall is successful.
Okay, so if somebody filled out, no, they should not be recalled, but then filled in a bubble for a different name, how would that would, I guess, be their vote for the candidate for another name would be not considered, or would it be considered if the recall was successful?
It would be considered.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be considered if the recall was successful. So you could vote no for recall, but then say, okay, well, if it's successful, I vote for this person. So you can do that.
Okay.
Because the votes for the recall are counted first because the votes for the nominated candidates are not counted until the determination of the recall election is made.
What
even
if,
when it's one election. Sorry, go ahead.
Further process questions is if petitions were successfully circulated, and then I guess there's an opportunity after that recall process has been completed where others could circulate petitions to run for the office like we do during a normal election, right? Could that person who was recalled or on the ballot for recall circulate a petition to run for the office, or would that be against the rules?
I'm not sure I'm following the question. Sorry. Can you repeat it?
Break it into two questions.
Okay.
Say a petition for recall was circulated and found to be sufficient. At what point would alternative candidates circulate petitions to get on that ballot?
So they would start circulating petitions once the recall election was called by council that it was going to happen. They would start circulating petitions.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Would it be?
So go ahead.
Would it be illegal for a person who was being recalled to circulate a petition to run for that office?
Yeah, that's typically not allowed.
Okay. So, and this would exclude that as the shall not. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Woodward, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, that last paragraph, I would not be supportive and am not supportive of adding that. If somebody's being recalled, I think that's the question. One question. If they are recalled, then it's consul's obligation to appoint someone to that seat until the next regular election. And I think it just gets too fuzzy there when you have a recall and replacements on the same ballot. I don't think that's a good idea. So I'm against adding that last paragraph.
Thank you, Member
Thank you.
Woodward. City Attorney Niles, can you verify the statement that was just made by Member Woodward? Because it sounds, the way that I understand it, Member Woodward is stating if a member of council gets recalled, then the remaining members of council can appoint the next council member to fill that seat. And I'm not sure if that is correct, but go ahead, go ahead, City Attorney Niles.
I don't know the answer off the top of my head because we've never had to do it, at least not when I've been the city attorney. So let me pull up the original language of 34.
So I think I can answer it if that's okay, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Sellers. And actually, before
Yes.
Member Woodward, did I summarize your question or your comment correctly?
As I understand,
Member Woodward, you're cutting out again.
34,
Peter,
if somebody is recalled, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead, Member Woodward.
Okay. If somebody is recalled, as I recall, a council appoints somebody from the district or at large, whatever, and they have so many days to do that. If they can't do that or cannot select somebody with a majority vote, then it goes, I don't know, I don't recall what happens. It either goes vacant or
Thank you, Member Woodward. Ms. Sellers, go ahead and answer if you have an answer.
Yeah, so the same section 34 of your charter requires you to call an election and does not actually permit you to appoint somebody. It doesn't expressly say you can't, but it does say that you shall call an
until
election.
the next election. And I think all these on there with
Member Woodward, you're cutting out again. Let me go to the city clerk and then I see
recall
Tim and the city attorney. But go-
The way our charter is currently read, you do not appoint. So there would be a recall election, and then there would be if the recall is successful, then there would be an election to fill the vacancy. It's by election, not by appointment.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just note that the law that's proposed here tracks pretty well with my understanding of the process employed by the state now. And as such, I'm supportive of the proposed changes. I think the single election with the two questions, recall yes, recall no, who should be the successor candidate, is a clean method for getting the work done, and it minimizes the amount of time that the seat remains vacant subsequent to a recall. So I'm supportive of this proposal.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Go ahead, City Attorney Niles.
Passes away. So
I was going to say the same thing as Mayor Pro Tem Ward. In addition, Charter Section 28 does provide for an appointment during vacancies, but it seems to anticipate a vacancy when someone resigns and doesn't refer to the special election required in Recall Charter Section 34 that does require a special election. I also will note that there is a new law in the state of Colorado regarding special elections required when there's not a quorum of city council, and it authorizes the city clerk to schedule a special election in very short order to ensure city council has a quorum.
Thank you. And thank you very much for everyone to speak up on that one. I just want to make sure all members of council had the correct information. So anybody in disagreement with the language stated within question 3? Yeah, question 3. I don't seem to have an issue. Okay. Looks like we're good with that. Any further comments or any further questions, Ms. Sellers?
No, nothing, Mayor.
Anything else from members of council? All right. Go ahead, Member Anderson.
I'll just say on that last point, I'm happy to see this language come before council. I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on this particular provision, but I'm still kind of undecided on it, but happy to see it come before council.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Member Anderson. And no other questions. Ms. Sellers, thank you very much for all the time that you put into this over the last several months. Thank you for all on this, and yeah, you have a great evening.
You too. Bye.
Perfect. And actually, City Clerk, is it possible for us to text Member Woodward like the phone number to call in as well? Just we might be able to get better reception that way. Moving on to item 3 tonight, we have Deputy City Manager Tim Dodd, as well as Executive Director of Englewood Arts, Eric Bertoluzzi, and Executive Director of Historic Englewood, Matthew Crabtree, here to discuss proposals for the use of portions of the second floor. I think we're going to ask Englewood Arts to come up first, and then we'll go to Historic Englewood. But go ahead, Deputy City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. My introduction will be very brief, and I'll turn it over to Eric Bertoluzzi first from Englewood Arts. This presentation is in response to a request from council a few weeks ago when a contract came before you, as you recall, for 2 different contracts, one for Englewood Arts and one for Historic Englewood. So the presentation tonight is meant to be a study session, and both organizations will go over the intended use of the property as well as the hopeful impact. So I just do want to thank Eric Bertoluzzi, the Executive Director of Englewood Arts, for his work in preparing this, as well as Matthew Crabtree and Lindsay Runyon from Historic Englewood. So we'll turn it over. There's 2 separate presentations, Mayor. So would you like to stop at the end of the first for questions? Or okay.
Yes, correct.
Great, thank you. So I'll turn it over to Eric.
Okay, good evening, Council. I'm very happy to be here representing Englewood Arts, and to my right is our board chair, Jim Copenhaver. Jim has been the chair, at least 15 years, the last 15 years. And it's my pleasure to have him at my right here tonight. So this is a bit of an Englewood Arts in a nutshell. I won't get too detailed about it, but this is a paraphrase. That first part is a paraphrase of our mission statement. And I think I read the mission statement at the council, the city council meeting not long ago. And this is what we do. Probably can't read that. Did the council members receive a handout of our?
Yes, Mr. Bertoluzzi, we all received a copy of the financials.
Okay, so these are our 2022 final numbers. These are the financials that will be used for our tax return, our 2022 tax return, the 990, and. Maybe you could ask questions later. I don't know if you want me to say anything about it right now.
If there's anything that you want to point out, we'll ask questions at the end of your slides, and then we'll maybe come back to the financials.
I'll only point out that I believe I was asked, or the council was interested in including information about Hampton Hall, and you see we had a healthy year of rental revenue, over $29,000, and that was the greatest sum that we ever had since we've had the agreement with the city. And we're happy about that. Did you also, in your packet, receive the more or less the history of the activities that took place in Hampton Hall for 2022?
We received this exact same presentation that you're showing tonight.
Okay, thank you. See, I'd like to point out that we did have a deficit, but it was mainly due to the investment, an unrealized loss in our investment. I think that wasn't unusual for any investment portfolio, whether it be a personal one or a business one. Could have been worse, but we are into very conservative investments with our portfolio. So actually we had a great year if it just weren't for that unrealized loss. I guess that's the only other thing I'd like to point out. Yeah, maybe you'll have some questions later on. Okay, this is accurate also. Most of the students that we service are very low in the economical structure of the community here. And we like doing this, and our funders like us to do this. When we go into the underserved communities with our programs, we receive more support from our funders. And I've included this about your proclamations of June 5th, because I know that our major funders are really going to be pleased that we are headquartered in a city that understands the current needs of the community. And these are our major funders, the SCFD, and you'll see that in our financial report, the Xcel Energy Foundation and the Denver Foundation. So having this space, by the way, my office has been in the Museum of Outdoor Arts since the year 2000. And at that time, Englewood Arts didn't exist. It was through the efforts of the Cultural Arts Commission, which I chaired at the time, that resulted in the creation of Englewood Arts, and through the support of the city attorney's office. And at that time, when Englewood Arts was created, we didn't have a cent, but we had a mission, and we're wedded to our mission, and that's why we do have financial stability right now. We have over 100 musical instruments that we purchased along the way. And I didn't want to be in the business of owning musical instruments, but it's either we provide the instruments or we don't have kids in the program because they just can't afford them. So over the years, we just seem to accumulate more and more of them. Also, the students who are on our programs, we have 65 students right now in the individual or private lesson program. All of them receive a reduction in the tuition at, I'd say, what the tuition that we request from the students is maybe 40% of the going rate for that they would pay with private teachers. We don't always receive the tuition that we request. And quite a few of the students don't pay any tuition. And we still have to cover the costs for the teachers. We don't have volunteer teachers. That wouldn't be a good business practice. But it costs us $30 for a 30-minute lesson. And since the 1st of January, we've given over 500 lessons in the MOA space. When I calculated that the other day, I was a little bit stunned myself. But when we see those young kids walking in with their books and they sit down and take their lessons, it's heartwarming and validates what we're doing. If Englewood Arts doesn't exist, well, we're not going to provide any value to the community. But having this space, the MOA space, allows us to grow and to pursue our mission and involve the community in our activities. I wish that the school district still provided instrumental music classes. I'm sure when you were in school, those programs were offered. I didn't make the decision for them to disappear, but we know that the people in the community here want this experience for their kids. And I'd like to say that we don't expect to be producing professional musicians. It may happen, but the process of learning to play a musical instrument places a lot of requirements on the student and the teacher. The student has to be patient, determined. The student has to have learn discipline and teamwork and perseverance. And all of these qualities are needed whether you become a musician or you're just going to become a contributing member of the community. And I'm kind of curious how many members of council have had a positive experience with a musical instrument. I know that the council member Wink is an accomplished flutist.
Mr. Bertoluzzi, can you speak more to the uses of the space as well? I know that you have a couple more slides and we're got a few more agenda items tonight, but could you speak to the space itself?
Okay. So I've had that office since I said about 2000. Looks like a hoarder's room probably if you go in there, but we get things done there. And then we have these other rooms, the green room, where we're giving lessons there, and the artists and not just artists, but a lot of users of Hampton Hall find it useful to use that room. And we've had meetings in that room. Room A, that's a name I gave to that room that we're hoping to share with the city. Also, we have lessons and rehearsals and meetings in there. Most of the mosaic closet will belong to us for our use. We have our copy machine in there and we do some work. It's necessary to have some room for storage, and we'll be sharing that with Historic Englewood if all goes well. And then we have that reception closet, that closet behind the reception desk. And we keep most of our musical instruments that are not being used by the students. We keep back there, and tools, stuff like that. Maybe Todd, you want to speak about this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bertoluzzi. And this was actually included in the presentation we did a few weeks ago during the contract, but this is what the city agrees to. So we agree to provide the space that Mr. Bertoluzzi outlined from the former MOA space for the use by Englewood Arts. We also have two rooms, room A that he noted, as well as a conference room. Part of the agreement does stipulate that room A will be for city use during the day up until 3:30 Monday to Friday. Then the conference won't be for city use up until 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Friday, and that both of those rooms could be used by Englewood Arts outside of those times. We also do agree, and this was pretty standard, to provide non-event related maintenance and cleaning of the space. We also would agree, if council agrees on the contract, to make improvements to room A, which would include things like painting, flooring, cabinetry, and plumbing. It is in pretty decent shape. It does have a small, I guess I would say, kitchenette with 2 sinks, but the room is generally in decent shape. And also we agreed to install a door that would allow for visibility into the white box room, which I believe is where some of the lessons will occur within 90 days of the execution of the contract.
Yes, and we've prepared master schedules for those 2 rooms, Room A and the former conference room. And if our agreement is approved, then we will maintain those schedules for those 2 rooms. And of course, you know that right now, I'm not sure if we're going to have any major rentals of the space. I did speak with a group today who's interested in using Room A once a week in the evening for their rehearsals. So you see historic Englewood in the blue, and we've got some spaces there, and public works. So you probably have studied that layout.
Mr. Bertoluzzi, thank you very much for the presentation tonight. Mr. Copenhaver, anything you want to add, or should we just get to questions?
I think it's fine.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Any questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you, and I thank you for the presentation. I just would like some more information. Deputy Director or Deputy City Manager Dodd, on the part where the agreement of terms, it says in there, all areas will be for the exclusive use of e-arts, with the exception, in the contract itself, it says for the non-exclusive use. So I don't know if that was a misprint in here, but I think council should get a copy of the master schedule that has been used in the past, utilized in the past. There, in the summary, it talks about the contract. And so in the 2019 contract, in section 1.2 and 1.2.1, I would like for council to see the written notice of e-arts election to exercise that should be dated in 12 of 2019. So I think the city should have that. And also the council's approval of that first one-year extension and who signed it. According to the contract, it's not a 5-year, it's 5 one-year extensions.
Sure.
And then also, could we get a list? I know that you put the list in here of all the people that rented it in 2022. Can we get a list of how much each of those individuals paid for rental of Hampton Hall in 2022?
I suppose I can dig that up. It's not a flat rate. Every user is welcome to negotiate the rate, although the requested current rate is $150 per hour. So, and if you look at the financials, you'll see that what we collected from all of them, all those users in 2022 was around $29,000. I mean, there's a lot of I guess I'm willing to do it. If you.
Well, Mr. Bertoluzzi, let me explain something to you. This is a taxpayer-owned facility. The taxpayers have a right to know what those rooms were rented for. And if everybody's not being charged the same price, what is your policy? I mean, you should have a policy for renting those rooms out. And I understand if you're doing that, but the city and the taxpayers have a right to know what those rooms rented out for. And then I do have another question on that financial sheet. Were all of those things, the Metropolitan Choral Festival, Music of the Masters sales, SA tuition for Englewood, and Symphony Spotlight income, did all of those use Hampton Hall?
Absolutely not. The Symphony Spotlight is never in Hampton Hall. It's in the community, in the schools. It's a 45-minute presentation in the schools.
Okay, I
And
appreciate
the
that.
Metropolitan Choral Festival takes place at Bethany Lutheran Church, and that organization, Metropolitan Choral Festival, contracts with Englewood Arts to provide the musicians for their event once a year at the last Saturday in August.
Okay, I appreciate that. That was just my question. So the only rental from Hampton Hall income is the $29,719. Okay.
Yes.
I appreciate that.
And I think if I'm not wrong, we were required to send a letter to the city manager if we chose to have the extension. That was all the requirement was.
But it had to be 1 year before in the contract.
For a total of 5 years.
Extension of 1 year at a time, 5 times. It's on the 2016 contract, which is what you are under right now. It would be on page 3 of the contract, 1.2. It says term of use. The term of use, which is the subject of this agreement, shall commence upon the first day of January 2016 and shall expire on the final day of December 2020. In addition, a joint option to extend the term of the agreement for 5 additional 1-year periods shall be granted, subject to the following condition. 1.2.1, written notice of E-Art's election to exercise an option term shall be given no later than 12 months prior to the expiration of the existing term. The city shall either accept or deny the extension within 30 days of E-Art's written notice. That is what the contract says.
Right, we're in the 3rd year of those 5 years.
Okay, so then can we get the 1 year, the letter of the,
We submitted the letter. The letter was accepted. I don't know if Sean could respond to this, but you have a different interpretation, I guess, than we do. It was 5 years, a series of 1-year contracts. We're in the 3rd year of those 5.
I just read literally what it said. I may have a different interpretation, but this council is responsible to the citizens of this city for the taxpayers in this city. And there have been open records requests. They have not been answered. I am asking for this information. I asked it before we came to this meeting, and we have not been provided with the information that I asked for before this meeting. Thank you.
Member Russell, can you tell us what those open records requests are, who made them, when they were made?
I don't know why I should need to. The city clerk probably has the open records request. They get passed off to Parks and Rec. They get passed off to everybody else, and nobody comes back with what they are. This property belongs to the citizens of the city of Englewood. And they have a right to know what those rooms are rented for. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. And City Clerk, I think you made note of that as well, so regarding the core request. We'll move to Mayor Pro Tem.
I think Member Russell captured some of the issue that I see with the arrangement that we have currently. And that is that we have a city asset, the building, City Hall, that has a sizable amount of its square footage dedicated to an organization. And that organization rents at its will for a rate that it sets at its will, that space, which belongs to all the people of the city of Englewood and has been dedicated to use by the organization for a public benefit. Obviously, musical education is important. But one of the things that I would like to see before agreeing to expand the amount of space that we're giving Englewood Arts is an alignment or an agreement that, similar to what the city does with all of its fees and its public space rentals, we actually publish the rental rate, and any use conditions or any terms by which that rate could change or be discounted or increased for different organizations. I just think that because City Hall is a public asset, the members of the public have a right to know and understand how it's being used and why, and even by whom. Those records that Member Russell made reference to would be public records under Cora if the city was the one doing the rental. But because Englewood Arts is technically doing the rental of the space, and Englewood Arts is a private organization, we have no authority to enforce the provisions of Cora on Englewood Arts. So that is a contractual amendment that I would like to see added, is the availability of information to the general public on the usage of the space. I recognize that will probably create some administrative burden, but I think it's a reasonable request given what the city is giving over to the organization.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anything else? Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Wink, you had your light on, now it's off. Anything?
Thank you, Mayor. I actually wanted to ask Mr. Bertoluzzi if the discounted rate was part of your methodology for enabling access to different organizations and such that you can reach a wider audience and positively affect those who may otherwise not have this access to classical music training, to instruments, etc. But you don't necessarily have to answer tonight. I mean, obviously you're going to answer in writing later.
I can give you an example. Back in the fall, I was approached by the Ukrainian community who wanted to hold a fundraising event there. They used the room for almost the entire day. It would have, at the basic rate, it would have cost them over $1,000. And I agreed to allow them to use the room for $200 so they could raise their money and send their funds to the Ukraine. So I could have said, okay, it's going to cost you $1,500, then they wouldn't have used the room and maybe they wouldn't have been so happy. But because we were generous to them, they've used the room several times since then. I try to be reasonable with everybody. But then again, it's an important responsibility. We see it as an important responsibility. There are a great variety of uses, and a lot of communities, people from outside of Englewood and organizations have access to that room. And I believe the room is serving as a beacon for Englewood. And I don't know of any negative activities that have gone on in there that have damaged the reputation of Englewood.
That was another question I had. Thank you very much, Mr. Bertoluzzi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Any further questions from members of council? Nothing else from members of council. So Mr. Bertoluzzi, Mr. Copenhaver, thank you very much for your time tonight to go through this. We're going to ask Historic Englewood to come up as well. We have Executive Director of Historic Englewood, Matthew Crabtree, as well as Ms. Runyon.
Also have Doug Kama, I think you guys know him. So, you good? Yeah, we can have him direct chair too. So, okay. guess I can sit here if Doug wants to sit on this side. Oh, hey, Tim. Looks like he's sitting over at Sean.
Good evening, Mr. Crabtree.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. We appreciate the opportunity to present tonight. This is our portion of the presentation. As a quick introduction, my name is Matthew Crabtree. I'm the president of Historic Englewood. To my right here is Lindsay Runyon. She's our communications director. In the audience, we have our vice president over here, Paul Skaczynski. We have Ida Mae Nickel. And in the back there, we have Jeff Barker. He's our CPA. Get things started here. Historic Englewood. We've been around for a while. 10 years, 11 years now? 11 years. We're formerly known as the Englewood Historic Preservation Society. Our mission is to preserve and share Englewood's unique history. We maintain a collection of various artifacts and documents related to the history of Englewood. We host lectures and events to celebrate the history of Englewood. And we maintain a newsletter and share events and moments in Englewood history. Since 2012, Historic Englewood has been focused on the goal of creating a museum space to showcase Englewood's unique history. And a little bit of history about us, we started back, we really formed and united around the historic depot. That's how we all got started. We kind of had that as our vision of having that as a museum one day. Of course, that didn't pan out, but we're still on our quest to someday have a museum and share Englewood's unique history with the community. An Englewood History Museum will encourage community pride, share stories about our past, and provide an educational opportunity for present and future generations. Museums enable people of all ages to learn, entertain, and be inspired by presenting them with a glimpse into the past. A well-run museum can attract tourism and help revitalize areas, making it more attractive for residents and businesses. And museums educate and entertain, but they can also assist people and groups in celebrating what makes them distinct. You know, it should be noted at this point that, Littleton has a history museum. Lakewood has a history museum. A lot of cities around this area have history museums that share the history and vibrancy of how their city came to be. Englewood doesn't. And I think there's a good opportunity here for us to be successful with one. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce, actually, which slide are we on here? I'm not introducing, nope, one more slide here for me. So I'll continue and say a museum in Englewood would provide public access to Englewood's history and artifacts, provide historic context on how our city evolved over the generations, promote civic engagement, provide volunteer opportunities for all ages, and provide educational outreach and local school participation. Museums inspire all ages to learn, connect with communities, and above all, exist as a community center for all to enjoy. And of course, you have to, one of my favorite quotes here is, you have to know the past to understand the present, Carl Sagan. So we're going to go ahead and I'll introduce Lindsay Runyon here. She is our communications director and our museum coordinator. She's going to talk a little bit about the use of space.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for having us here today so that we could talk to you just a little bit about our plans. I apologize for my voice. I'm getting over a head cold. So the use of the space. If you wouldn't mind referring just to the floor plan that's been included in your packet, I think you can tell from looking at the floor plan what we've identified as the gallery and exhibit space. So upon entry into the former MOA space, that's what we've identified as where we would have some exhibits on display. Additionally, there is a theater room. Matt will talk about this a little bit later, but as part of the funding we are looking for would be changing the floor plan a little bit so that there would be a new doorway into the theater. We just feel that that would be a better footprint overall when patrons are visiting the museum. Additionally, we would like to have retail space. We're very excited about the Made in Englewood campaign. We would love the opportunity to sell some City of Englewood merchandise in addition to some past business logo type merchandise that we've identified as, of interest to the community related to Cinderella City, some of the businesses of the past. We'd like to do t-shirts, hats, stickers, mugs, etc. So we think there's a great opportunity to have a bit of a retail area in the space as well. Additionally, we have been very, very fortunate to have had our archives be stored here at City Center. Many of you may not know that, but we do have some archive space on the ground level of this building. This space would allow us to bring those archives upstairs, and it would allow us more room to work on them. We've actually outgrown the storage space that we currently have. So yeah, in addition, having that work area would be really important and integral in having everything on the same floor. Yeah, thank you. So additionally, besides the physical use of the space, one thing that really stands out to us is continued school engagement. Over the years, Doug Cohn, Ida May, other members of our board have been huge proponents of visiting schools and giving presentations. And I'd like to give Doug Cohn just an opportunity to speak for a minute about his experience in visiting these schools. Doug?
Thank you for letting us talk tonight. We've done a number of presentations to the elementary schools in the early days. The Historic Society did presentations 3 times at Charles Hay and also at Bishop and Cherry Lynn in the Alternative High School. Charlene Barker and Ida Mae Nickel and Paul Skaczynski worked on those. In 2017, 2018, Ida Mae Nickel and I shared history stories at 2 different Charles Hay events. 2016 and 2017, at the end of the school year, the grade schools had the field day over at the high school. And we had booths both years, got to talk with the kids, got to talk with the parents, and had a great time. In 2017, I shared stories with the high school Pirateer newspaper and Mrs. Winthrop, the teacher. They took several of the history stories and put them in the newspaper, and they made a few videos. You can view them on the high school website. Just look Englewood High School /Pirateer. They won a national award for one of the videos that they did. Then, just a month and a half ago, Mrs. Grimes over at the high school invited us to teach a class, take her classes for the day. There were 3 middle school classes and 2 high school classes. Teachers work really hard. I was offered the opportunity to be the teacher for the day. I was given about 15 minutes with each of the 5 classes to share an Englewood story or 2. And I shared stories with them of Englewood people who made a difference, people who saw an opportunity or a problem, and they went to work. The theme that day was know your community, know yourselves. Then for the rest of the period, we talked about the ideas they had. I really wanted them to use their imaginations and experiences and things that they were interested in and follow in the footsteps of forefathers in Englewood. There were several students in each class very interested in taking me up on the offer. And there were 6 students who said to me after I told the story about gold in the little creek down in the bottom of the hill by the baseball diamond, well, let's get the gold pens and go get some gold. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. So in addition to Englewood school engagement, this is something that's really a big priority for us. We definitely want to have school groups coming into the museum, as well as community outreach and education. So we see that as opportunities for guest lectures, classes on archiving, maybe genealogy, things like that. We've partnered with local history organizations and museums over the years, and we've maintained those relationships, and we hope to continue to engage with those organizations to invite them to be part of this experience with us, and lean on them for resources as well as development. Additionally, create a destination for residents and non-residents. So I know that the MOA was here for quite a long time, and it attracted folks that were not only residents, but non-residents as well. And we hope to do the exact same thing. And then I think I touched on everything here. Yes.
So we move on here to agreement of terms. I don't know, Tim, we've got a few comments on this too, if you want to go ahead and share between, or if you want to address the initial portion of it, I guess, and then we can, we've got some.
Yeah, so in this case, the city is proposing that we do provide them a grant with a not-to-exceed amount of $50,000. And so this could be for improvements to the space, but it could also be for some of the things that Ms. Runyon and Mr. Crabtree have talked about in terms of preparing it to be a museum, so using consulting services and archiving and things like that. As with the Englewood Arts contract, we would also provide them with non-event related maintenance and cleaning, and then also obviously access to the Civic Center during times of the historic Englewood use of the space.
I would just elaborate briefly on the improvements to the space. As mentioned before, we would love to reorient the walkway into the theater space by putting in a different doorway. We just think that it will be a better user experience for the patrons visiting the museum. So that would require, a new doorway, and then also closing off the existing doorway, making that more of a closet. It's a little bit more easy to see on the actual floor plan. And then in addition to the indoor and outdoor signage, obviously getting the word out that we're here, that, we're open, that we have history to share. So indoor and outdoor signage is going to be really, really important. And then I would also just like to say, web development. We have an existing website that's really out of date. And part of having some of the retail part is integral for having a new website as well, because we would like to be able to offer things, for sale. If you don't know, Doug's an author. He's wrote a book. He's generously given the proceeds to the Historic Society. So we're so thankful for that. We also are under contract with Arcadia Publishing for a book on Englewood. So part of the images of history, we will be doing an Englewood book. And so that would be something we would also be wanting to sell, not only in the museum, but also available through the website. And then, other startup costs as noted. So thank you, Tim.
Okay. What's neat to mention about the Arcadia book, I don't know if you've ever been at a gas station, or some sort of event center or some public place, and you see those little books that say, Parker, Colorado. And then you can look through it, and there's historic pictures and kind of the history there. Well, there isn't one on Englewood, and we have taken it upon ourselves to create. Actually, Lindsay has done it. She's the graphic designer behind everything we do, and she's working on that project, and it'll really showcase Englewood's unique history and give a lot of people that context and kind of, how things happened here in the city in the past. I guess I'm getting tangled on my words. Moving on to the next agreement of terms, I'm going to hand the microphone back over to Tim so he can do the introduction, and then I've got a couple other comments.
Yeah, thank you. So we're nearing the end of the presentation. So this really is what Historic Englewood would agree to. So I can go through it quickly and then turn it back over to Matt. But yeah, so they will agree to use the space and have it open to the public as a museum for at least 1 day per week. They also agree, and these I believe do not have to be in the space, but they agree to produce 4 historic lectures or other programs for the residents of Englewood per year that would be open to anyone in the community, and they also agree to notify the city of any event dates and times. And then again, we have some future funding considerations as well.
Yeah, we're going to be seeking SCFD status. That's one of our big goals as part of this project. Your head? So I think it's close.
We've had 89 history presentations in the last 11 years.
We did take a little bit of a hiatus during COVID.
You know, a little bit of the time there. But one thing to note is while we have been encouraged several times to charge for the lectures, we have made it a point not to. Having open access to, you know, the history presentations is an incredible, you know, service and value, I think. On top of that, we've always encouraged the, you know, when we started the evening lectures, we picked local businesses around Englewood. We were at the Brew on Broadway. We were at Moe's Barbecue, and we've kind of moved around to various places for the evening presentation, supporting local restaurants and local spaces here in Englewood, and appreciate the support with that. As Lindsay mentioned, you know, I mean, listen, we are asking for some help. This is not a matter of a hand out. This is a help up. This will take money to convert that space into a history museum and kind of take it away from what it was previously as Museum of Outdoor Arts. Now, we're grateful. I mean, the corridor is going to be a wonderful space for that, but we'd like to do some things to make it a little bit more, you know, compatible with the mixed uses that are currently in there. As part of that is a fair bit of work that would have to be done with moving doors along those lines. You know, that's...
Can I add security as well?
And security. Security is a big one, actually, and that is a point that we would like to bring up. We are being provided an opportunity, a wonderful opportunity here to be really showcased here in the center of the Civic Center. We are concerned about some of the security as it relates to how the doors are managed along here. If you all noticed as we came in today, the doors were open, propped open. We have a concern about access to the space. We will be operating a museum with irreplaceable artifacts in there, and it will be critical to have good security in there. And I know too that if we are you know, if we're protecting the space on the weekends, we want to be responsible for what we can control. Public Works will be sharing that space with us, which we're grateful for, and Englewood Arts sharing that space with us, which we are very grateful for. But we just want to make sure that that's one of the concerns that was brought up at a recent board meeting of ours, is that if we do this, can we guarantee the security associated with all of the artifacts and making sure that door stays locked when we're not there, but then still provide access to everybody else that's using the space. One other additional point to this is we had not seen the other contract with Englewood Arts. We were curious if there was an opportunity for us to be part of the conference room there. And we could go on here to the map and we can take a look at that. When this was originally kind of talked about and negotiated, we did get, you know, obviously the corridor, and we felt that it was a good swap here with kind of a middle of the road, getting to a, you know, what do they say here? Negotiation. It's the best negotiations are getting to we, and we feel that we got to that point there with the museum displays. However, we didn't know the Public Works conference room was available in evenings. Currently, we were planning on having our conference room table set up in the workshop, and kind of huddling down in the corner there to have our lecture. So I don't know if this is an opportunity to negotiate any further, but we were not aware of that at this meeting. So thought I'd bring it up.
And literally, we have, our board meetings are the first Wednesday of each month. So it'd be one-time use.
So, yeah, absolutely. No, we love Englewood, and we're grateful to be presented with this opportunity, and would really enjoy, you know, being part of Englewood's history and presenting the history to the people of Englewood.
Perfect. Thank you very much to the executive directors, Ms. Runyon, Mr. Crabtree. Thank you very much, Mr. Kump, for attending the presentation. Any questions from council? Go ahead, Member Newnenkamp.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for being here. It's good to see you. I do have several questions. I am one of the people who has wanted a museum of her Englewood's history for a long time, and I just have some questions about kind of how you think it will operate. So first is, what day of the week do you think it will be open, and will it be the same day every week, or do you think it will change?
Most likely Saturdays, and it would be every Saturday. That's what we've kind of identified right now as the best opportunity, for families and community members. But in addition to that, we would probably look at a weekday for school scheduled groups. And it wouldn't necessarily be open to the public on those days, but it would just be for the school group.
Okay. And then staffing. I believe everyone on Englewood Arts, or Historic Englewood, is a volunteer. How would you staff it for those days?
So we are actually looking at volunteer staffing at this point. We have been collecting volunteer names over the last several months for people that are interested in, being a docent, possibly helping with archives, leading a school group, those kind of things. And we would do it in such a way that no one was overused, overworked, 2-hour intervals, those kind of things.
Great.
And that would be the start until, honestly, we were able to secure more grant funding and revenue coming in, and then hire some type of support staff.
Great. And then I understand from the contract that with the funding, with a grant from the city, you would be able to open within 6 months of the signing of the contract. Is there any concern that if you don't get the additional CFSD funding, that you might not be able to meet that deadline?
I think that in the way that we've identified basically everything that we need to get open in the 6-month period would be covered by the $50,000. And that would allow for the displays that we've already been currently working on to be ready to go for the public. Obviously, there would be some things to work out. SCFD funding, obviously will be integral moving forward. We're very hopeful that we'll be able to achieve that status. But they are not the only ones that have funding. So part of the $50,000 would cover some grant writing. And within that grant writing, we're hoping to apply for other things. We've identified some grants through Colorado Preservation, Inc., History Colorado. There's also some other history-related groups that we've identified as possible places to request grant funding from. A lot of it is contingent on having a space.
Gotcha. And just to confirm, you will no longer have anything stored in the library if you move to the second floor, correct?
Everything in the library will be moved to the second floor here. Additionally, our storage space, we actually haven't had that conversation, but the plan is to remove everything from the storage space and put it in the archives. We may have a few things that lingering there that are large items, but if it's requested that they need to be removed, we're absolutely happy to do that.
Great. And then my last question is just with the previous potential lease, we did see that group's financial information. I'm not sure if you were asked to provide financial information. Is that something that you would be willing to provide?
Yeah, we were not asked to provide for this meeting. We have not filed any 990s at this point. Matt, do you want to elaborate?
Yeah, we haven't, we simply don't make enough money for that. So, but yes, we're very happy to provide any financial information as it relates to similar balance sheets and so on and so forth.
Great.
Happy to provide
Thanks,
that.
guys.
Any further questions for members of council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate the information. My question is more for the city manager. Because there have been some complaints about the security of this building, can council get information on how many key cards have been handed out to those, to have access to those rooms? And who is responsible for those key cards? And then also, can we get a safety and security process for this building? And who would be accountable for that?
We can do that. We'll make that a council request.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Anything further from members of council? Everyone okay seeing this move forward to our next agenda item, both contracts? Perfect. I think, and I guess I like to see some of the changes that Mayor Pro Tem Member Russell stated as well for Englewood Arts, just some of that information, but obviously we can decide at a later time or during the agenda meeting in July whether or not to move forward with those. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Actually, I do have a question because on both contracts, it had, the contract is with EAF and the city and with Englewood Arts, but also with Historic Englewood. And, you know, the original contract did not have EAF in it. So I was just curious to know why we put EAF in the statement line, and also with the fact that we're going to be dissolving it. In this one, I think is for E-Arts. It says this amendment number 1 to the Hampton Hall Use Management Agreement made and entered into on this day of 2023 by and between Englewood Environmental Foundation, EEF, and the City of Englewood, a Colorado municipal corporation, hereafter collectively referred to as the city, and the Englewood Cultural Arts Association, a Colorado not-for-profit corporation doing business as Englewood Arts, hereafter referred to as E-Arts. So do we, I mean, we leased, I don't even think we leased this building anymore because we paid off the certificates of participation. So the city owns the building. I think that those agreements need to be revamped to reflect that.
Thank you, Member Russell. City Manager or City Attorney, anything that you want to add there, or just something that we can look forward to in July? Go ahead, City Attorney.
Yes, actually, EAF still technically owns the building because we haven't entered into the contract and closed on the properties yet, whereby EAF would transfer title to the City of Englewood. And so including them in the amendment was an attempt to address that. And of course, we do have it currently scheduled for July 17th to start the EAF dissolution process. But currently, EAF is an appropriate party to the lease, given they are on the title to the Civic Center.
But even if they own it and we are the lessee, we have full authority over the building. Is that correct?
Yes, but the EAF does have ownership and operation rights currently. And so that including them was an attempt to address that issue. But we can certainly remove EAF off of the amendment if it makes council more comfortable. It won't affect the legal enforceability of the document.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that council's in alignment with inserting a provision into the contract regarding transparency that we discussed. I know you indicated agreement, Mayor, and I know Member Russell's on board, but that's only 3 of us.
Right.
And rather than draft this piece of legislation or contract from the dais, I want to make sure that the attorney's office has something prepared that we can vote on that night. So do we have consensus on that?
Go ahead, Member Anderson.
I'm supportive of that as well.
Member Newnham?
I'm supportive of the transparency. I do have a question, I think, for the city manager. For this room, do we have different prices for like nonprofit groups that might find the price prohibitive? Because I'm wondering if we could do something similar for the use of Hampton Hall for examples like Mr. Bertoluzzi referenced this evening, a similar pricing structure.
Deputy City Manager, since you are revamping at least this process, it's interesting because what we've really done is let Englewood Arts, from the beginning of the arrangement of this building, be the booking, kind of the reservation system for Hampton Hall. And so that's taken a lot of that pressure to decide who goes, who doesn't, off of staff. And interestingly, staff always gets first dibs on that room. So we always have priority, and that's built in. But we don't have pricing, I don't believe. Deputy City Manager, is that correct? Pricing for Hampton Hall?
No, we don't for Hampton Hall. I do greatly apologize. I do. So we are actually working with the communications team. I think I've updated council. Hopefully by Friday, the website will be fully revamped with all the different prices and things like that. I can find it for you probably in 5 or 10 minutes, and I can just email it out to council.
That would be great. I think some sort of resident pricing or nonprofit pricing for, situations like a fundraiser, that kind of thing, I would be open to, but I do think the transparency is warranted.
Right. Thank you. Anything else, Mayor Pro Tem?
I think Member Nunnekamp just identified the issue as I see it. Under the contract, we don't have the authority to set the price. But what we heard tonight is that, or basically what I heard tonight was that we have one person who sets the price based on his own judgment as to what the price should be. So without dictating the price, I would at least like to know that there's some sort of rhyme or reason to what's the fee being charged, and allow people to know what that is and why. I think that would be helpful for the public benefit.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem. I agree with that statement. So.
Mayor, I was able to find the information for this room. So we do actually have pricing that's different for residents, non-residents, and businesses in and outside of the city. So if you're a city resident, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., it's $100 per hour. Monday to Friday, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. and after hours and weekends, it's $150 per hour. For Englewood businesses and nonprofits, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. is $25 an hour. Monday to Friday, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. after hours and weekends, $50 per hour. Non-residents for-profit events, Monday to Friday, 8 to 5, $210 per hour. After hours and weekends, $300 per hour. And a refundable deposit is required if meal is served, $500.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions? Go ahead, Member Anderson.
I don't, I would just to follow up on this in terms of the pricing of Hampton Hall. I think that should be transparent, but also a recognition that this is functionally a city donation to Englewood Arts, right? The use of that room and the revenue that they get off of that. And I think in the contract that should be acknowledged in some way, and possibly us have some authority within the pricing structure reflective of that we have, we are making a donation to them through that, the ability for them to lease that out. And so if there's a way to put in the contract that we have some authority over that pricing structure, I would be interested in that as well. I know this is adding another thing at the last minute here, but.
Thank you for that, Member Anderson. Anything further from council? Seeing none, everyone, thank you very much for the presentation tonight. Filling gaps that should have been corrected years ago. So I really appreciate you guys taking the time to do this. So thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
All right, everyone. We have one more item before a break. Are you guys okay if we do the financial report for May with Director Loh? Good evening, Director Loh.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I will review with you the 2023 May General Fund financials by revenues expenditures. So through May 2023, the city's general fund revenues totaled $27.94 million, which is 43.4% of budgeted revenues, or $2.86 million higher than the same time last year. The total revenue year to date is tracking 11.4% higher than the same time last year. So let's take a look at each line item. Property tax, the city has received $5.2 million. Of that total, $3.17 million went to the general fund, $404,000 to EDDA, and the rest to the debt services for the police building and Parks and Rec GO bond. The sales and use tax remittance total $18.5 million combine the regular and marijuana. They are 41.8% of budgeted revenues, and the sales use tax revenue is 1.58 million higher than the same time last year. The 2023 sales and tax estimates are approximately equal to the 2022 number. Another line item, franchise fees are higher in 2023 due to increased fees from public service and increased fees in waste transfer fee. Last year, council approved increase the waste transfer fee from 50 cents to 63 cents per cubic yard, which is 26% higher. We expect to receive additional probably $100,000 from waste transfer fee. Another line item I want to bring your attention to, licenses and permits are higher in 2023 due to one large building permit in the amount of $222,000. Intergovernmental revenue mainly comes from the state highway user tax, which is budgeted at $961,000. Let's take a look at our historically top revenue sources. There are 11. You can see all the categories listed here compared to the same time last year. This is another way to compare our sales use tax received from 2019 to 2023. You can see the year to date, every month from January to May, the number is higher than the previous years, except the month of February. This is a use tax collection by area. We have new business open, closed. They're not necessarily opened or closed. For the outside city limit businesses, sometimes they submit their registration to the state. So we just enter all the information whenever we receive from the states. This is another way to show sales use tax collection by area in the past 5 years. We haven't received any refunds requests this year. Okay, let's take a look at expenditures. Expenditures year to date are $25.8 million, or 39.8% of budgeted expenditures. Total expenditure year to date are $1.46 million, or 6% higher than 2022. You can see the majority of increases are due to the 5% salary increase for all classifications, an additional 2% inflationary increase, approximately $700,000 for general fund, is approved by council in May, and the January to May portion is reflected in this year-to-date May financial. And also, if you take a look at IT, has 314,000 variances. Of that, 115,000 is the human resource information system cost. It was in IT, but it coded it to it was in HR, coded it to IT in 2023. Expenditures variances for police, public works, and parks and golf, library and golf are mainly due to increase in internal billings for the yearly vehicle maintenance and serve charges. This is another way to review our expenditures by categories: personnel, commodities, contractual services, capital, and debt services. You can see we pay down COP twice. One is our regular pay down for 2022. The other is early payment on this building. So you can see that of the $2.9 million for 2022 year to date, of that $2.4 million is related to the COP payoff. This is a slide to show the operating surplus for 2023 and 2022. 2023, at the end of May, we have $2.1 million surplus compared to the same time to $731,000. But remember, 2022, we had unrealized investment loss, probably $251,000. And in 2023, we have unrealized investment gain. So if we back that out, we can see more true operating result, not as related to unrealized gains or losses. This slide shows fund transfer in and out. We transfer from Public Improvement Fund, $138,000 for the debt service for the energy savings project on this building. And we also transfer out $2.1 million for the Dartmouth Bridge project and $1 million for capital projects during last year's budget approval process. So the net transfer out from our unassigned fund balance is $3 million. This is another way to see our fund balance composition at the end of year to date. The net change in fund balance, negative $912,000. This include one-time revenue and a one-time expenditure, and it include a transfer out $3 million we talk about. And you can see at the end of May, we had ending total fund balance, $23 million. If we back out all the requirement by Tabor, $2.1 million. Later, and ARPA funding, we still have $360,000. And the sales of Bronco Stadium, $1.1 million, but we allocated over $600,000 to fund the youth-related activities for 2023. Then we have 16.7% total revenue restricted for our reserve, which is equivalent to 2 months operating expenditures. After that, we still have $8.8 million unassigned fund balance. This appendix showing the sales use tax by areas. Do you have any questions about the May financials?
Thank you very much, Director Loh. Any questions for members of council? Director Loh, I don't see any questions. I know
Okay.
that we're going to be talking about a little bit more about the financials coming up here shortly after this break, but
Correct. We'll use this as a base to forecast 2024.
sounds great.
Yeah,
Director
thank
Loh,
you.
thank you very much for your time. All right, everyone, do we need a 10-minute break? I know we're about a half an hour behind, but we'll take the 10-minute break. We'll come back at 8:15. Thank you, everyone. Members of council, if you could please be seated. Members of council, if you could please be seated. All right, members of council, I think we'll get started. I think Member Woodward may be missing. I know Member Wink is going to be joining online here shortly as well. So, by the way, can you hear it through this? There it is. I can hear it. All right, everyone, we'll get started. We're on to agenda item 6. This is the preliminary 2024 operating staff prioritized capital request. We have the Director of Finance, Jackie Loh.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Council. We're going to review the 2024 operating and staff prioritized CIP proposal with you tonight. Want to review the agenda for tonight with you. We just reviewed the May year-to-date revenue expenditure. We want to use information as a base to forecast our 2023 amended, to review the 2023 amended budget and estimates, and how we arrive at the 2024 budget assumptions that each department director will review their enhancements with you. And at the end of this meeting, we are going to review the CIP prioritization matrix review, including the recommendation from all the boards, commissions, and committees. Let's roll. This is 2024 City Council budget calendar. See how much we have accomplished. Well, we're going to review the operating and CIP request. And we're going to review the proposed 2024 operating capital budget with council on August 14th. Then we have public hearings scheduled for September 18th. Then we have 2 ordinance readings for 2024 budgets in October. We just review the January to May year-to-date revenues, and you can see the year-to-date revenue compared to the same time last year. And this is expenditure. You can see expenditure 2023 year-to-date is much higher than 2022. And here are some changes. For 2023, our 5% and plus 2% inflationary salary wage benefits are included to the year-to-date number. And also we have 3.2 million transferred to PIF for capital projects, including the Dartmouth Bridge project. And also the timing, if you compare the vacant positions now and the same time last year, 2022, the vacant positions will affect year-to-year change in expenditures. This is revisit the May unassigned fund balance of 8.8 million after we calculate the table requirements and ARPA funding and other restricted unassigned fund balance. 2023, we have 3 columns for you: original budget, amended budget, and estimates. Our original budget of fund balance 24.1, and our revenue, expenditures, and the transfer out, including the transfer out to PIF and transfer out to EDDA. The amended budget I want to bring to your attention, the amended budget revenues include additional 1.7 million increase from the 2023 original budget, plus 2.9 million as a result of the voters' approval for the sales and use tax increase. Then another expenditure, you can see amended appropriation budget, 64.7 million. We also detailed the increase of the increase 2 million as a result of a street maintenance service from included in budget supplemental 1, and $254,000 for enhanced library staffing, $575,000 for enhanced police staffing, $79,000 is for ARPA homeless related project for City of Englewood's share, and also the transfer out, because we just, including the budget supplement 1, we transfer 2.1 million to the Dartmouth Bridge project. So you can see the amended budget estimates stay the same as amended. Just want to show you amended budget, including revenue and expenditures. This is just if we increase our revenues, expenditures, how would this increase affect our unassigned fund balance? You can see the estimate fund balance from previous slides, 22.1. This is just show the composition. You can see we'll have 3% revenue restricted for Tabor. We still have close to 100,000, probably total 70,000 for later. ARPA restricted, we have 360,000. Then we allocated 79,000 for the ARPA funding for the homeless project. So you can see the estimate decrease from probably 400,000 to 300,000. We have restricted reserve 16.7%. Then you can see unassigned fund balance based on our estimates at the end of this year will be probably 8.6 million. And also want to introduce this concept we've been talking about one-time versus ongoing, because for the monthly financial reporting, City Council asks us to back out one-time revenue expenditure to show the true operation result. Remember, the one-time definition is non-operating activities, the revenue expenditures incurred, the revenues due to the revenue received from extraordinary activities such as grant, and sales of property, and savings from health insurance, if you recall all the one-time listed in the financial statements. So if we break out our revenues and expenditures, the one-time and recurring, you can see the transfer out and net change in fund balance, how would this affect our fund balance? So this is another way to show our revenue expenditures broken down by one-time ongoing. This is give you detail, what is one-time, what is ongoing, some intergovernmental revenue, some grants, and other income, for example, the sale of property and transfer in and out. So you can see the majority of our revenues come from ongoing activities. This is general fund use, one-time versus ongoing by categories. You can see capital, a lot of one-time is vehicles, and transfer out, also contractual services, a lot of one-time for professional services. So we want to introduce this concept into the revenue expenditures. So when we talk about the 2024 enhancements, we can think about if and how we would like to use unassigned fund balance to support one-time requests. This 2024 budget assumptions, want to revisit. We share with council in April. Nothing really major has changed. For example, our expenditures, we still assume 3.5% expenditure increase for 2024 and 3% increase from 2025, 2028. So if we revisit the assumptions we share with council in April, we're thinking about inflationary adjustment and also classification implementation. We budgeted 1.7 million. We're thinking the entire amount will be carried forward to 2024. Also, we assume 5% COLA increase for 2024 and 10% healthcare increase and 7.5% property and a casualty liability insurance increase. We're thinking we're going to transfer $312,000 to EDDA as per the tax increment financing agreement. The only one thing, and the revenue, we're thinking probably 4% sales use tax increase from 2023. 2022 is a exceptionally good year for us. So we feel 2023 will be a good baseline for us to project 2024. The only change we have is property tax revenue. When we review with council in April, we're thinking the property tax revenue increased by 14%. I think we all received assessed property tax value in Denver area is probably increased between 25% to 40%. At this juncture, we feel probably we could increase our property tax revenue by 30%. But if there are so many ballot measures, for example, the Senate bill HH, if that being passed, the property tax value will decrease. So at this juncture, we feel comfortable using 30%. That equates to additional $800,000 revenue will affect our 2024 budget. That's the only major assumption change since we shared with council in April. May, we're looking at the Denver, Aurora, Lakewood inflation, the CPI adjustment. 2022, 2023, 2024, 4.9. For 2023, 2024, 3.5. But the CPI assumptions decreased when the Colorado Legislative Council released their indicators in June. Let's take a look at from 4.6%, 3.2%, 2.9%, probably a 0.3% decrease from the last quarter. This is based on our April assumptions. We did not affect the additional $800,000, the property tax increase in the revenue expenditures. This also does not include vacant savings. We just want to give council a very high level forecast as we're working on the details. We will share with you all the details in August. So this is the estimated surplus operating revenue minus operating expenditures. Again, does not include additional property tax revenue, does not include vacant savings, vacant position savings. This is not the way to show we have a very healthy unrestricted reserve at a 16.7%, and we have very healthy unassigned fund balance. The next, all the departments are going to share with you their enhancements. The definition of enhancements is the 2022 actuals plus the CPI adjustments we share with you for 2023 and 2024. That's approximately 8.6% increase. So the department's directors will share with you their enhancement and asking for your support and also asking for your questions and feedback. We'll start with, this is an enhancement with new proposed FTEs, expanding or existing consulting contractual services, new or increased expenditures. As a result of volume, it's not as a result of price increase. If the price increase, we will call that inflationary adjustment. They are not included in enhancements, but that's the cost of doing business we have to pay. So just want to give you the definition of enhancements before directors review with you their request. The CPI adjustment is based on 2023 CPI and 2024 CPI. These are CPIs published in March, not the most current CPI published in June. The total is a summary of enhancements by each department. You can see the total FTE request, 13.9 FTEs, ongoing enhancement, 2 million, and one time, based on the definition we just shared with council, 1.5. So total 3.5 million. Okay, we'll start with Administration Department.
And thank you, Jackie. Before we get started, I'd ask the next department person on deck, who's up next, to be ready and sitting next to the person going before. I also just want to thank the finance department. We made kind of a big ask of both finance and the departments by really changing the way we budget here this year. Insofar as in past years, a lot of times if someone's supplies, professional services were going up, that was just built into a new base budget that council would see. And then if a new program or something new was being asked for, that would be an enhancement list. But you can see there would just be this inherent kind of budget creep getting larger and larger. And so what we've asked is that people go back to that 2022 number, the actuals number, no, excuse me, the revised number, amended number. Okay, 2022 actuals, and then gave them that CPI increase, and that has really led to what I think is a lot more rigor in our budget, that people really have to justify those increased costs and be forthcoming with exactly what those are. And so it's been a heavy lift for both finance and departments, but I really appreciate the work that's gone into that.
Great, thank you. So I'm pleased to present the first department, which is the City Administration Department. As a reminder, I think all of you are aware the City Administration Department is the City Manager's Office and the City Clerk's Office. I think some folks internally think that they're two separate departments, but they're actually one department called City Administration, and it includes both of these departments. So in the interest of time, I am going to focus primarily on the enhancements, so I'm not going to go through our mission statements in detail. Our organization structure did change slightly in the past year in that we moved the hub, our customer experience assistants, from the city manager's office to the city clerk's office, and then we also brought in mail, and then we also added passports. So it did grow slightly with the part-time count. You see here in a lot of detail, we do support a variety of projects across the spectrum of the strategic plan. Governance is an area where we have many of our own projects, but we also support projects throughout the plan. We also obviously coordinate emergency management, which is one of the goals under safety. So here's a summary. So I'm going to go through each one on the chart. So I'll show you this in a second. So first, just kind of want to give a few themes of our enhancements. One is sustainability. We have had sustainability now for about a year and a half. So one of our goals is to, in a very small and incremental way, add some programming. I do want to point out that we likely will be able to use some funding from the plastic bag fee that you may be aware of. That funding, 6 cents out of the 10 cents users pay, goes to the city. Some of it can be used for administration and finance, but the remainder can be used for sustainability efforts related to waste management. Another theme besides sustainability is kind of continuing to support the efforts in the city clerk's office with its new responsibilities, including the passport system and mail. And then finally to look at potentially adding a term-limited FTE to the city manager's office that I'll explain in a second. So with sustainability, a few small programs. One is to add an air sensor or air quality sensor. Thanks to our sustainability coordinator, we do what you see here on the right. We actually have on our website now to track air quality in the city of Englewood. This would help expand that program. We also hope to add what we're calling a sustainability fellow. There would be 2 of them, but they would each be working part-time for a semester. So these would be students, undergrad or grad students, who would be helping out our sustainability coordinator with specific projects. We thought that this was more cost-effective than adding an FTE. And also there are a lot of students now in sustainability programs in colleges in Colorado. So we do believe that there would be people available for this position. We also hope to provide a small grant program for sustainability at about $6,000. We do get requests every now and then for neighborhoods to do events or plantings or things in their region, and so we thought this would complement the neighborhood grant program. Our coordinators already met with Madeline Hinkfist in this department about this program, so we're pretty excited about this opportunity. We also are looking to create a green commute program for our employees that will provide an incentive. This would be a small cost program that we think would be environmentally helpful, but it would also maximize the fact that where we now have many bike routes in the city, and we also are next to an RTD stop and also bus routes as well. This is cost neutral, but we are proposing that we move the funding that currently goes to the Sustainability Commission to the city manager's office. The funding would stay the same, but historically, a lot of the programming done by the commission, like hazardous waste days and leaf pickup, those were funded by the commission's budget. We just think it would be cleaner to have it be a part of the budget that is overseen by the sustainability coordinator. We also want to make a few small improvements to the city clerk's office. One of them is adding $10,000 to the election budget. We typically have gone over on this line item, as you know, with special elections and a variety of different types of elections. This cost can go up, so we're just proposing adding $10,000 to it. We also are proposing converting one of the 4 part-time hub staff members to full-time, and this would really allow them to coordinate and oversee the passport program, and also to expand hours that we're doing the passport program. We also just need a small amount, $6,000 for mailing related to passports. Even though it is a huge moneymaker for the city, we do have to, at our own expense, mail the passports through, I believe, priority mail. So this would allow for that. But again, it's really considered to be cost neutral because of how much we're making off the passport program. We also are proposing, and this would come from the contingency fund, our city clerk and our records management coordinator polled different departments about their needs around digitization. So even though different departments will be chipping in different amounts of money, this would essentially allow us to achieve economies of scale and have one contract with a company that could help us do document scanning. Currently, it's estimated to be a total cost of a little over $187,000. We've proposed doing it over 5 years, although of course that could be something that could be changed and we could do it quicker. We also are proposing, as I mentioned, a management fellow for the city manager's office. We are not proposing a new permanent FTE. However, we did, and I did create a business case I'm happy to share with you for this position. We did do a survey of city managers' offices in the region, and we are on the lower end in terms of how we're staffed. In talking to the city manager, we do believe that a fellow, it's a program that a lot of cities have established. It's typically for people who just graduated from Masters in Public Administration, MPAs, or Masters in Public Policy, MPP programs. They would only be here for a year, possibly 2, depending on how we structured it, and they would work on specific projects. As a city, we're trying to become more proactive and less reactive, so having someone come in, with maybe 3 to 5 major projects for the year that they can really help push forward, we think would be an incredible boost to our office, and it would also be considered a one-time expense. And then finally, we did ask for funding for this last year for $10,000. We're going to try for $5,000 this year. This would allow us to create a pilot program for affinity groups, so it would be clubs of staff members. We would have our interns actually working on creating a proposal for this. It's something that actually is a recruiting tool. It would allow for employees to create kind of their own committees. It could be a golf club, it could be a first-time parents club, and really help to lead to community engagement. So we are not proposing any new revenue. This is just a very detailed chart showing the different revenue streams that we do have. The new revenue that we do have this year is the passport program. Everything else involving the liquor and marijuana is the same. That's it.
Any questions for our deputy city manager? I don't see any questions. Thank you so much, Tim.
Thank you.
Is it Director Loh next? I didn't even check. Oh, it's the city attorney.
Yep.
Yes.
Pull this over for you.
Are you able to see the screen, City Attorney Niles?
I can see the screen, but all I see is my face. There we go. Of course, the city attorney provides professional, accurate, effective, and efficient legal services to the city. This is the mission statement we wrote after I became the city attorney. And there is a lot of words describing exactly what we do or what we try to do at the city attorney's office. We have 2 divisions in the city attorney's office. One is the civil side, which is myself, the deputy city attorney, assistant city attorney, a paralegal, and then, of course, a summer intern. Division 2 is the city prosecutor's office, which previously consisted of a full-time city prosecutor and a full-time prosecution clerk. However, we have streamlined processes and there are just fewer court hearings. So we have eliminated the city prosecution clerk position, and we are proposing transitioning the city prosecutor to also handle risk management. For the strategic plan, simply we provide legal services to every department and help them reach their goals regarding the strategic plan. Very simple. The next slides, we have no summary enhancement requests and no revenue proposals. Now that's not to say we are not proposing enhancements. Things like the city prosecutor who is developing a risk management program, the deputy city attorney is developing an ADA coordinator and an EOC coordinator program. So we are enhancing services. However, we propose to do those within the same budget parameters from our prior budget amount with the same staffing levels. So it's my philosophy. I treat this like it's my own money, and it's my own money. I try to make it stretch further, and that's what I'm doing with the city dollars as well. For revenue proposals, we have started requesting reimbursement of costs from municipal court. So I believe so far this year, we actually, for the first time, have brought in revenue of about $200. So we're not including that in the budget, but because you never know if costs will be awarded, but we are trying to seek cost recovery wherever we can. And you've seen that in our proposals for other departments as well. That's all I have, and I welcome any questions.
Any questions for the city attorney? I see no questions. Thank you very much, city attorney. Good evening, Ms. Julian.
Does that work? Okay. I don't like it closer. All of my colleagues are much better at all of this presentation to you all, so it's always nice to see your faces, so thank you for having me this evening. I think you all have seen our court mission a number of times, as well as our organizational chart, as well as our overview. We are here to protect the citizens through our court processes, and revenue is not a byproduct of the court. Our strategic plan, much like the city attorney's office, we promote and help all of the areas. As far as our summary enhancements, we have one, as we have discussed in years prior, and probably going forward, is our unfunded mandates by the legislature, the state legislature. And this is yet another one, remote public access to court proceedings, which will be mandated to start September 1st. There is still some communications. Apparently the Supreme Court is not real happy with that legislation, so there is still some discussion on how these proceedings should be accessed to the public. But currently we are not seeking funding. We are really trying to keep this at as a minimal cost. And so any costs that would be related, we would fund through our other resources, through our department, by utilizing YouTube, as we did through COVID, that we would be doing that. So hopefully we would keep those costs to a minimum. In reference to revenue proposals, as we have discussed previously in the past, we are looking at a slight increase in reference to court costs, deferred judgments, and all of our fees that we do. And that's...
Thank you so much, Ms. Julian. Any questions, comments from council? Go ahead, Member Newnenkamp.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So just so I understand correctly, you're proposing just the same budget as 2023, is that correct?
It's similar, but we did do the enhancements with 1.5%, so we did decrease some of our costs. Yes.
Okay, thank you very
We're
much.
looking to reduce our budget, yes.
I don't see any further questions from council. Ms. Julian, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you all.
Okay, next one, human resources.
Director Weisky.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I will go quickly to the enhancements. We do have our department overview, our organizational structure for you to review. But this is our summary of enhancement requests. We are seeking 5 enhancements this year. So I will start with the first one. It is a part-time HR analyst, and this is to assist the IT department with ongoing HRIS maintenance, and then also to provide real-time support to the HR team. This is so that we can pull data and make data-driven decisions in real time. Currently, we don't have anybody in our department that is a SME on the HRIS system or have anybody in the department with those skills. So looking to enhance our use of data and being able to make better data-driven decisions. Next enhancement is a learning management system. So a learning management system will help to assist the city's training and development program. So this would include both self-guided and facilitator-led courses. If you think about things like Cornerstone, LinkedIn Learning, Biz Library, those organizations, they have 25, 30,000 different types of trainings all across the different spectrum of subject matters to help our employees be able to upskill and make sure that they're fresh on their current skill set. The next enhancement that we're looking for is the addition of salary.com. This is to assist with the classification and compensation project that we are hopefully wrapping up here in the next couple of months. And so this will allow us to be able to actually get real-time market data with our in-house classification and compensation professional. So that person will be able to do real-time market checks. If a supervisor or manager comes to us and they believe that their certain position is underpaid per market, we can literally just run that report and get an instant response back of market data within seconds. So we're able to actually do what we've been paying $25,000 a pop at the tune of only $19,000. So it actually saves money. We're not having to go back out and do these salary surveys on a yearly or biannual basis. The fourth is pre-employment testing. So these are pre-employment skill tests. So you're probably familiar with things like those personality assessments. I know a lot of people don't like those. That's not necessarily what I'm proposing. We're proposing more skill-based assessments. So math competencies, writing competencies, competency in Microsoft Office suites, so folks being able to use PowerPoint, Excel effectively. Those are the type of skills that it's hard to suss out during a job interview, and this would be an easy way for us to be able to make that determination if someone has the proper skill set that they're saying that they have, and we can know that up front. And the final enhancement that we're looking at is an emergency savings plan. This is typical, just like a typical savings account. However, the city would administer the deposit, so it would go simply like a 401k type of after tax. It would go into the fund. The employee can then go and utilize those funds whenever they would need to, and it's supposed to be a rainy day or emergency fund. A lot of organizations are starting to utilize these alongside their other benefit offerings to help employees with their financial security. A lot of times it's difficult to put money aside when it's not directly taken out of that check. So this would have that direct out of the check into the savings account to allow employees to actually save for the future and for emergencies. And with that, I believe that is my last slide.
Thank you so much, Mr. Weisky. Member Russell, go ahead.
Thank you. So that last enhancement, the emergency savings plan, is that matching funds or?
It's not, that's not what we're proposing. It does have the ability to match funds, but that's not what we're proposing. This is similar to just a standard savings account, except that you get an automatic, you can have it automatically deducted out of your paycheck.
So, and is the city doing the savings account for that? I mean, is it in our accounts?
So it's it would be a third party that would be administering it, simply just like a 401k account, our 401b that we have here, or 401a. it's administered by Mission Square, and it would be similar to that. So it would be an outside entity that administers it for us, but we would be the ones who make the deposits on behalf of the employees.
So, and it'll cost $8,000 to do that?
So that's an estimate we're currently exploring, but that seems to be about the average cost for an entity our size to be able to, for the administrative fees, to be able to administer that program.
All right, thank you.
Member Russell, if I could just add a few things. So I believe it was a federal law that changed last year that allowed cities to do, or entities to do this. So it's similar to benefits that we could provide in terms of like a, like a pre-tax transportation benefit or health savings account. We looked at studies showing that about 67% of Americans couldn't withstand a $400 emergency payment. So if they had like a child care issue or an issue with their car. And so we just thought this could be a benefit that we could provide to employees. As Director Weisky indicated, there are several companies that are now providing this service. We are looking at about $8,000 to administer it. It could be lower than that. There's different plans and different ways of looking at it, but we just thought it could be, given the cost of inflation, rising inflation, we thought it could be a benefit that we could provide to our employees. June is Financial Literacy Month, and so really this just matches some of our goals around financial literacy of our employees.
Okay, but they would have to choose to participate in it, correct?
Absolutely, and we wouldn't match anything. The only money that we'd be requesting is a plan administration.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I guess I have a little bit of problem with that because I just don't get it. I mean, you either choose to discipline yourself or you don't. And so it's not, we're not really giving them anything. I mean, I think matching funds would encourage people to save more. But all right, I probably just don't understand it. Thank you.
Member Nunekamp?
I have a question about enhancement number 3, salary.com. Make sure I understood what you said correctly. Would this mean that we would not have to do future class and comp studies? This would be data we would have, or would we still have to continue to do those every so often and also pay for this?
No, this would be a medium to short-term solution. So I'm thinking maybe 5 to 7 years that this would be sufficient before having to do a full comprehensive class and comp study. So this would be a lot cheaper than having to go out every 2 years to do a salary study, which is about $25,000 a pop as of a couple of years ago.
Great, thank you.
Director Weisky, I have a question regarding the first one, the HRIS analyst. I know IT hasn't gone yet, but they're also asking for quite a few new FTEs. Is there any overlap there between your ask as well as IT's ask? I'm not sure if you've had that conversation.
Yeah, I have talked with Joe Eisenbart, the interim director. There is no overlap as far as those duties go. There is an assigned resource to HR, but that employee resource is also assigned to numerous other departments and applications that they support. What we're really looking for is someone who fully understands HRIS and can create dashboards for us, can create automated reports. And it's unfortunately, IT is great at what they do. It's just not, they just don't have the bandwidth to be able to get to that type of detail that we're looking for with this.
Okay, thank you for that, Director Weisky. Any further questions from council? Seeing none, thank you, Director Weisky. We are now up to finance, I believe.
Yes, there's a finance department overview. We have 4 divisions, total 17.75 FTEs. Have organizational structure, how we tie our work to the strategic outcome of the city. Want to focus on the enhancement request. In January, during the vision casting, we share our vision with council. We want to provide transparent, sustaining operating budget, optimize revenue, seek strategic procurement, plan for CIP and the financing options, ensure fiduciary responsibility. We share our 5 strategic outcomes with council in January, and we want to tie each of our enhancement request to these 5 strategic outcomes. You can see we have one-time and ongoing. The first strategic sourcing platform is related to our procurement strategy to seek for economies scale. You can see currently we have 2 people in the procurement department. We don't have any system to standardize, streamline, and automate the procurement process, especially the solicitation. Currently, we use BidNet. It's for free, but it does not have a capability to allow electronic bidding and with audit capabilities, also proposal evaluation and scoring modules. That's very important for city to choose the most appropriate suitable vendor for our service. So we're asking for one-time $1,000 for this platform. Ongoing will be $17,000, close to $18,000 if we're going to sign a 5-year agreement. So this is tied to our strategic outcome for procurement, strategic sourcing. The next one is related to our strategic outcome to optimize and diversify our revenue. We want to have probably $15,000 for our revenue, our temp seasonal services hearing officer. So of the $10,000, $5,000 is allotted for hearing officer. We did have a request this year, so we're thinking if we have a need for next year. Then $10,000, when we share the strategic plan with council, we talk about audit, we talk about compliance. So we were thinking to hire a part-time or seasonal staff to talk to the business about a compliance issue. Hopefully we can allocate our resources and our manpower to do compliance and audit. Both are equally important. So that's an added value that would definitely get us more revenue to the city. The next one is sales use tax revenue consulting services. We want to hire this consultant here. Currently, we have this consultant to help us improve our sales use tax audit process and improve the revenue reporting function with MuniRevs, currently called GovOS. We want to improve our, for example, statistical sampling. How many data do we need to audit in order to maximize our audit collection? The process is very critical, so we want to utilize this service to optimize our revenue. And this is consulting services for financial advisory services. We have an enterprise fund to pay for financial advisory services, but if our general fund need a financing needed financing for our CIP. For example, Public Works may need to ask for a fund from state revolving loan or talk to state agencies. Either Public Works or Finance need to find a consulting fee. So we think we need additional $10,000 based on our 2022 actuals. The next one is year-end financial audit services. We just listened to our external auditor's presentation last week. It takes a lot of time to do the audit. A lot of key staff tied to year-end audit for the 6 months. We really do not have the bandwidth to tie their time. We need to ask them to provide added value to the city. So if we can outsource more repetitive year-end audit services to a third party, we did outsource our pension reporting. It worked beautifully for us. So we're thinking how we can create more bandwidth for our key staff so they can provide added value to the city. The next one, training development. We have a one-time $5,000. You can see we document our thought process, our 2022 actual plus the CPI adjustment, our 2024 target, and addition. The addition is we want to encourage our staff to participate in the CGFOA. It's Colorado Government Finance Office Association. They have annual conference in November every year. We want to encourage them to attend the conferences. And also we have a one-time $5,000. City council member, you probably do not know, we have business operating within the city, but they have the centralized accounting service outside the state. We have a few large audits. We want to fly our auditors out of state. Instead of asking for financial information through email back and forth, we want to fly to the accounting department of those business. We just want to pull the financial information, just like our external auditors come to our office to pull the data. We want to try, have a one-time 5,000, see if that can really speed up the revenue optimization process. So this concludes our enhancement for 2023, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Director Loh. Any questions from council? Don't see any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Loh. We are now up with...
We'll have revenue, but you can read this. The most important thing is the waste transfer surcharge. We are not planning to increase the surcharge. We increased 26% from 2022 to 2023, but the city is conducting an impact fee study. We did talk to the related parties, departments. If it's relevant, we want the consultant to do an impact study on the waste transfer surcharge, because the heavy trucks really affect our road, streets, and alleys.
Any questions from that? I think we're now on to IT.
Good evening, Council. Let me pull this a little closer. Got a few things we got to discuss tonight. Obviously, here's our organizational structure that hasn't changed much. We haven't had any headcount for the last 3 years. We've stayed the same virtually that entire time since COVID. Our spatial data and analytics is on here as well. Our strategic plan, we really touch just about every portion of the city. Our technology continues to grow and continue to expand and really touch just about everything within the city now. Let's see, we got 2024 Capital One project. So we have a few things I want to point out here. The Colorado Open Records Act portal, that's going to be a digitizing portal for CORA requests that citizens can go to and request CORAs. Right now they are done through in-person paper requests that have to be then converted back into email. This will optimize that process and bring that in-house. The HRS Workforce Management Tool, this particular item is a big number there. When UKG has notified us that they are going to their old time management portal is going to be discontinued. This will replace that. We're going to be keeping our data and our time management within UKG, within the same HRIS system, so all that data is together. It's $220,000 and it's going to have an ongoing of $62,000. That's not a good sign, is it? It does, doesn't it? There we go. It's back. So some of our enhancements here, we'll go through each one of these slides here, or each one of these enhancements. We've got like the mayor pointed out, we do have a few FTEs that we're going to request, as well as some more software that we're going to hopefully implement in 2024 as well. First one's going to be website maintenance. This is going to be an enhancement for the website. I'm sorry, this is out of order of what I have. I'm sorry. This is just going to just allow us to invest more time into our maintenance for the website, updates and improvements to the city's external facing website. PDF remediation software, this is going to be for accessibility. The Colorado Laws Person with Disabilities, this is going to allow us to digitize a lot of our paper items that we have now into a digital version that will allow for people with disabilities to be able to access and view this information easier. The PIDGE system is text message for marketing. This is going to be in compliance with we're working with communications as well as Parks and Rec to send out and reach citizens through texting. We can send out alerts, news on events, Parks and Recreation notifications, things of that nature. Site Improve also goes along with accessibility with iCompass. It also goes along with just accessibility for the website for people with disabilities. Cartograph we're currently using right now. This is an enhancement to that system to add on facilities into that system so that they can process requests for each building. Staff will be able to make requests. Right now they're doing it through email, but this is going to be an actual system where they're able to track those requests and respond accordingly. Cartograph's enterprise licensing. This is just going to add more licensing to that system that we're using currently for facilities. We're also going to be using it for public works. So they need more licenses for this for them to be able to track assets and respond to their tickets. Asset Builder is going to be an expansion on adding additional asset management for the city and city assets. That's for public works as well as for facilities. Traffic Signal is bringing the traffic system into Cartograph to be able to manage their assets, signal cabinets, traffic cameras, and their cameras. IMS enhancement is going to be for the community development and public works for new permits for the various departments. Let's see what else. And then also training for IT support personnel on IMS and expanding that system. The network engineer position is the first position we're going to be requesting for this year. This is in partnership with utilities to split this network engineer. As we go down the road of more technology, especially within the water plants, we need to make sure that we are in compliance with the EPA standards that requires us to meet the NIST 800-82. This person will be in charge of maintaining that compliance and that we are in compliance with that regulation. The other half of this position will be supporting the other sites, the other network, maintenance, security as well. Sorry, I'm getting notifications. And right now, we currently have one network administrator that runs the entire city. This will be, half of this will be helping that person maintain the rest of the network. We're requesting a senior IT business analyst. This will be to support the city's functions and as far as applications go and partnering with the departments to look at their business, find their processes, and then apply the correct solutions to those. Right now, we average roughly 16 applications per business analyst, and we continue to add more applications year after year, as you can see with Cartograph and some of the other applications that we're requesting. So the workload is starting to become more for this particular group, so more resources are needed. We are requesting an AV technician. During COVID, we did go down the road of more work from home. Obviously, we had the enhancements to this room as well as the council chambers. We also upgraded a lot of the AV equipment around the city. This person will be in charge of maintaining all of those rooms, specifically this room, managing the production of council meetings, council chambers, the boards and commissions on the weekends and after hours. We really are starting to see that we need to have somebody who's a professional, who is in production, and is going to be able to optimize these systems, make sure they're running efficiently. And right now we are running into just we've kind of extended our limits of what our personal experience is with production. And so we need somebody who is a professional in this and can optimize this the best they can. Tech support analyst, this will be for incoming help desk and just routine support requests that come in. Right now, we're averaging about 250 on the low-end tickets that come in every single month. We've got 2 individuals that run that help desk right now. They seem to be overwhelmed quite a bit with just the amount of requests that come in to fix computers or software, install software. They're also in charge of deploying computers. Right now, we've got 550 regular employees including 100 seasonal employees and about 700 computers. So when we do come up to a normal life cycle of replacing computers, and we try and balance this out as much as we can to lighten that workload, usually we're doing anywhere from 100 to 150 machines per year. And then on top of trying to build computers, deploy them to staff, and then also answering phones and taking care of those 250 tickets, it's the volume has become quite a bit to be able to support and provide good service to the rest of the departments. So. Right now we've got 2 GIS technicians. This will be a third, and this is just going to help with the city's reliance on GIS. Requires up-to-date data. They're also just running into a workload where there's just a lot of data coming in. We're really pushing into analytics and just data demands for the city. HR consulting services. This is going to be an ongoing item. This is to optimize our UKG system. The first implementation, I think we had it in there. It's working, it's functioning, but we really want to make sure that HR is getting everything that they can out of this system. And so this will be in partnership with UKG to make sure that we're getting everything that we can out of this system. This is the domain migration. When this infrastructure was built many years ago, I'm not even sure when it was actually completed, but that domain was built at the standards of that time. Microsoft has recently said that our current domain is going to be, it's no longer going to be supported. We're going to need professional services to assist us in the migration to the new domain, to move over our users, to move over our computers, move over our servers, and minimize the amount of impact that it's going to have, not only on department staff, but also on anything that's external facing to citizens. This is something that we know is going to be a little bumpy, but we want to minimize the amount of outage time that we have. So we're running the city with our technology as normal. Job market analysis platform. This is the ongoing cost for the city's comp and class system, which is to allow us to continue to do our comp and class every year. Telephone and internet increase. This is an ongoing increase of $68,000. This is really kind of to make sure that we're budgeting properly for not only our cell phones, but also for our Comcast and our internet services. These are our revenue proposals for 2024. And any questions?
Mr. Krager, thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions from council? Actually, Mr. Krager, I have one question. It has to do with the, where was it at? Was it the consulting? Yeah, the HR consulting services. Just to kind of piggyback up the conversation, Director Weisky, what is this? Does the scope of the HR consulting services also include potentially like a train the trainer type of need that Sean Weisky's group is asking for in terms of like reporting, dashboards? I'm just trying to figure out whether or not there's an opportunity to utilize the consulting services to allow current staff to do their own dashboards, reporting, and whatever else is needed within Weisky's group.
Sure. I'm not sure if that is included. I know that the business analyst will be fully trained on how to access those reports and do those. I'd have to look and see if that's outlined in that contract to see if that is something that UKG will provide to other staff, not only just to HR.
Yeah, just seeing if that's a possibility, if the bandwidth would allow current staffing to do that, but I know Director Weisky asked for it. So Director Newnkamp, or sorry, Member Newnkamp.
Thank you, Mayor. It's after 9 p.m., you're fine. I have a question also about the interfacing between IT and HR, specifically the job market analysis platform, which I didn't realize we also had to build a platform for the comp and class study. More costs are associated than I think I realized on the outset. Is this, why do we need this? Help me understand why we need this.
I'd probably turn to Sean on that one, Sean Weisky, for that.
Yeah, I can respond. What was I'm sorry, if you could repeat the question.
Of course. Why do we also need a platform for the comp and class study? It looks like it's $15,000.
Platform. I think that is is that the salary.com request that you're referring to?
Part of IT's request, the system build to ensure that I guess people maybe can find the data.
I'm thinking that might have to do with UKG. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, the salary.com is included in HR's PowerPoint slide, but there's no dollar amount because that software, the budget is controlled by IT. So that platform is salary.com.
Yes, so yes. So we're just taking on the ongoing purchase, the ongoing payment for that. We're absorbing that in the future.
Okay, so this is an annual cost for us to have access to that? Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from council? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Krager. Hello, Mr. Power. Go Buffs.
Good evening, excuse me, good evening, Mayor, members of council. Like the other departments, I'll be glad to answer any questions you have about our department overview. Our organizational structure has been pretty stable for the last couple of years, and also be able to address anything you have in relation to our orientation of this strategic plan. We do have 4 requests for enhancements next year, which total $72,000 of one-time funding. The first would be an update to the Englewood Forward Comprehensive Plan. The comprehensive plan was adopted in 2017. Best practices in this area is to update it every 5 to 7 years. Now, I can forewarn you now, this would not be a complete rewrite of Englewood Forward. That's not what we're proposing. We're actually proposing to do this at a staff level, but we would use some funding for an outside facilitator to help us with the community engagement and also some graphic support when we would produce the final document. A lot of interest in development and redevelopment in our downtown area. So one of the areas that is prime for redevelopment at some point in the future is the Lincoln parking lot. So we would propose some funding for retaining a consultant to help us vision what that scale could look like. One of the ideas would be to replicate the amount of parking that's there now, obviously have a growth factor for additional public parking in a redevelopment scenario, and then facilitate some development as well if that's warranted going forward. Somewhat related to the south of 285, there's a lot of sites that are in transition or could be in transition, and this would be our redevelopment officer partnering with a financial consultant to directly approach property owners and have a little bit of a third-party look through the consultant of what some of the redevelopment scenarios and property transition scenarios could look like for some of those properties south of 285, specifically possibly the motel sites. A lot of the auto-oriented uses in that area could be subject to transition over the next few years, and this would take a look at that in terms of accelerating some of that decision-making, clearly by the private property owners. They would still be in control of their timing. And then finally, we are partnering with the DDA this year to join an Arapahoe County study for looking at public transportation in the urban areas of the county. And one of the things that we would propose for next year is kind of a part 2 on that, which would look at a specific analysis of how we could fund and operate the future operations of the trolley, not only in terms of the hours and the days, but maybe even different technology going forward to service the community in that way. We are on a two-year revenue cycle, so we just, for both planning and building fees, and we just increased the fees January 1st of 2023 this year. So in terms of meeting that current cycle, we would take a look at our fees in 2024 for additional implementation of new fees in 2025. And with that, I'll conclude and answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Power. Any questions from council? Member Russell.
The Lincoln parking lot, is that the one on the east side? And so we're going to build a hotel or something there, so we'll have no place to park downtown?
No, the idea would be that we would replicate the amount of parking that's there now and also add additional public parking, because it would obviously be in a structure at that point, either above or below ground, and there would be some type of development around the parking structure. So one of the goals would actually be to increase the amount of parking on that site.
So for the parking lot would be to increase the parking, meaning a parking structure. But then there would be development, tearing down some of the other businesses, or?
No, it all could be contained in the parking lot. So essentially, if we did a parking structure in the center of it, the rest of the lot could be wrapped with additional development of some type in the future.
I don't know. I'm not sure that I'm agreeable to that, because we got other areas really that need to be developed. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much, Director.
Thank you.
Hello, Ms. Davis.
This is the Communications Department's mission. If you would like to quickly read, it has continued to be the same. Our structure did change slightly. In 2023, we brought a part-time communications specialist over from Parks and Rec into our division to centralize communications throughout the city. Our connection to the strategic plan is we pretty much promote everything that's going on within the city, along with housing the Neighborhood Resources Program. Wayfinding and placemaking plans to continue from 2024 through 2028. We have seen a substantial increase in requests to our department. From March to December 2022, we had approximately 1,200 requests, and in 5 months less time than the previous time frame, we had almost 1,900 requests. Here is our overview of our enhancements, and I will go deeper into them in subsequent slides. We are requesting a full-time position of a graphic designer and copywriter. We are looking to move many of our professional services along with the Englewood magazine in-house. We see this as being very cost beneficial, as there is more cost to outsourcing the magazine, and it's looking to double. And we think by bringing someone in-house, we wouldn't be dealing with this negotiation year over year. Along, our second enhancement is to the Neighborhood Resources Program. We are looking for $15,000 more. This will help us accomplish all the neighborhood programs that are in the strategic plan, including Neighborhood Improvement Grant, Get to Know Your Neighbor Grant, and Neighborhood Nights. In 2024, Broken Tea will be retaking over their marketing efforts, so we will be returning $30,000 to them, but we will continue our other revenue sources along with magazine advertising. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Member Newnham.
Do you happen to know the current neighborhood improvement grant? So you're asking for an enhancement of 15.
Our neighborhood improvement grants are at 10,000? 9,000? Sorry. This is our neighborhood resources manager, Madeline.
Thank you. Right now, we have the neighborhood improvement grant. We budget $10,000, and people can apply for up to $3,000 per grant.
And so if we approve the enhancement, it would be a total of 25 available?
No, we were thinking that we would enhance all of the neighbor-to-neighbor programs. So I'm thinking about $6,000 additional dollars would go to the neighborhood improvement grant. This year, we received 10 neighborhood improvement grant applications for a total of $22,000 that they were asking for total.
Wonderful. So it's 15 for the whole program. I see that. Thank you.
I have a question regarding the graphic designer. Do we open ourselves up to risk by moving it in-house in terms of just whether or not right now we know what the schedule is. If we only have one person dedicated to the magazine, I could foresee potentially having an issue in terms of staffing or just getting it out in a timely manner. But go ahead, Ms. Davis.
Yes, this position will actually fall under me, and I've assumed the role of editor for our magazine, and I've taken a large chunk. And with our current group, I've taken a very large chunk. So this is really more of a support. We will do it together. Also, our whole team really works on the magazine already, and we've really taken a lot of ownership of it in 2023. So we see this as a way to really streamline that process.
Mayor, I think to your point about risk, I think the risk is, in a downturn, we have an employee that maybe otherwise we would have had as a contractor. The problem is our contractor keeps going up and up and up, and we actually save money by bringing that in-house. It's only $1,000, I think, savings. But it would certainly be a more controlled cost increase than what we have now.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Any other questions? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Hello, Director Underhill. Parks.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So we've got Parks, Recreation, Library, and Golf to cover this evening. And as I go through these slides, I'll just mention 4th of July, next Tuesday, is happening at Bellevue Park from 5 to 10 p.m. Fireworks going off at 9 o'clock. This is our organizational structure. We have a Parks Division, a Recreation Division that also includes aquatics, a Library Division, and a Golf Division, and then an Administration Department. We hit almost every area of the strategic plan. To cover the CIP projects, I think the only one I'm going to highlight here is the Bellevue train. If the bond does not go forward in the fall, we do have some funding through the Broncos team sale that we could fund it through that, along with $83,000 out of Conservation Trust. And I'll have Brad cover open space.
In the open space fund, not a whole bunch has changed there, but you will notice on the parks maintenance employee compensation, Arapahoe County is allowing us now to take 20% of that funding and apply that to a maintenance position. So that's why that prices went up. That maintenance positions will come out of that compensation. Then also we are able to lower our contingency just a little bit as well.
No changes to the golf course capital fund, as well as a public improvement fund. We're still requesting $70,000 for parking lot maintenance. And then there's no change to our capital projects fund with Emerald Ash Borer being covered in that. And I did want to highlight, we have had quite a few residents take advantage of our grant program for Emerald Ash Borer. I believe there's been 5 in the last 2 months that have taken advantage of the grant, and it's open to all residents. So these are the list of enhancement requests. Just about every division has a request in. I'll have Brad go over the first one.
So the first enhancement that we have is for events. As events keep evolving and growing with everything, there's a little bit of more help that needs, so that one person just can't do that anymore. So this would actually be including a seasonal employee there for 6 months out of the year to help out with the events. And then our next enhancement also is including with the events. This would to take the current part-time position we have, that person is at 15 hours a week. We would take that person up to 25 hours a week, where they'd be able to work year-round a little bit more and continue to have give Tony a little bit more support in that area of events. The next enhancement we have is a recreation coordinator employee that's proposed. Right now, that position is a 29-hour a week position. We would bump that position to a full-time position. That would be, right now, that position is at just over $38,000. So actually, the request only comes out to be $17,000. And then the park technician, which I touched a little bit on the open space funding. This is what's outlining that one, that money would be coming from the Arapahoe Open Space Fund.
We have a few new requests from the library. They have been doing a lot of analysis of their current staffing levels, and there's 2 proposals here to convert part-time positions to full-time positions, which would include benefits. We've had still experiencing a high turnover rate with our part-time staff, so we think this is a good solution to fully staff the library with full-time positions. So both these requests are taking 2 part-time positions and making them full-time. And the 15,000 is to cover the benefits of the positions. The salary or the hourly rate will cover the full-time rate. And that's for this one and the next one. This one is for our book club kits and our Culture Pass program to manage the borrowing of those. It currently is covered through a grant from the Colorado State Library. That grant will not continue moving forward, and so library will need to cover those costs for just over $1,000. And then travel, we're increasing our travel costs a little bit so our staff can go to conferences and other professional development trainings. I did notice the training travel budget was fairly low for the library as they didn't tend to attend professional training the last few years, and we'd like to increase that. Same thing with technical training, increasing that some to allow staff to gain professional development and attend conferences as needed. And then memberships and dues. So we want to increase this so we can continue the Cultural Pass program. It was funded through a state library grant, and it's something we'd like to continue. It's been very popular. We just launched it this last spring. It gives you passes to a lot of different museums, and like the Science Center, the Botanic Gardens, and we'd like to continue that and offer that to our residents.
The next one we have is a recreation coordinator of aquatics, and this would be at the recreation center. We continue to just have one full-time person that oversees aquatics, which is an undaunting task to happen 7 days a week with that one. So this person, right now we have a part-time person that's a 29-hour-a-week person that we would bump this one up to a full-time position to give us support for lifeguard training classes, to enhance the safety still at the recreation center. This position also would help with recruiting and onboarding aquatics maintenance or aquatics employees. Also, they'd help with the recruitment at Pirates Cove and also be involved with the in-service training that the lifeguards have to have each year. The next one is another recreation coordinator of aquatics. This one would be specifically at Pirates Cove. It is a part-time position that we would like to elevate up to a full-time position. And with this one, this position will be over the food and beverage at the concession stand. They oversee the facility rentals, the point of sale, group reservations, and birthday parties. They would also assist with recruitment and onboarding of staff. Over 200 staff are hired every year at Pirates Cove. And then they would also assist with the marketing of Pirates Cove and could assist with the marketing of the Recreation Center Learn to Swim programs. And then the revenue proposals that we have out there is just a slight increase at the Farm and Train, also a slight increase that we would have at the Holiday Express, and then some tournaments for different softball tournaments, volleyball tournaments and stuff. We'd increase those a little bit. At the Recreation Center, we're proposing that there is a slight increase on daily admissions, on the 25 passes, on the Premier passes, and also on room rentals at the Recreation Center. At the Malley Center, we're looking to also just the volunteers, the VOA program is going to stay pretty much stagnant with that one. We would have a slight increase on different recreation programs that are located at Malley. And then also we're anticipating a little bit more increase in participation in classes and also in admission, and also the vending that's going on right now would still stay pretty stagnant as well. And then events. As far as admissions and the vendors, we're going to keep that about the same. It's dependent upon whether everything else, if we're going to have the same amount of vendors. And then also we've done a really good job, Tony has, with as far as sponsorships this year. So we're going to keep that the same for 2024, and hopefully we maintain that. At Pirates Cove, we are proposing that we will increase non-resident pricing by $1 for both the daily and also for the weekend holiday admissions. Concession stand, we will bump that up about 3.5%. And then also for rentals, we're going to charge $100 more for each after-hour rental, and then also $5 for cabanas.
And for the library, this is a big deal here. We're one of 2 libraries left in the state of Colorado that still charge late due fines. And so we're proposing reducing that to not charge fines any longer, but we will be charging for lost items. So it'll be a small revenue decrease. However, from an equity standpoint, it's the way the nation's been moving with library overdue fines. And then for golf, we're looking at a 5 and 10% increase on all fees at the golf course. They're really only being raised $1 or $2, and it does equate to a significant revenue increase. We have new carts coming in 2024 with GPS units. The current carts out there actually have GPS units on them. We'll transfer them over, and they've been very popular so far. So we anticipate more people renting carts because of that. And here you can see the driving range and merchandise sales will also increase. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I guess I have one question. A lot of these part-time roles are moving to full-time roles. Is it because we have a greater need, or is it harder to find people that are looking for part-time roles?
They're both. You know, as programs, we try to extend programs and offer new variations of different programming and stuff. That puts a little strain on what the staffing levels are. And then also, it's hard to maintain part-time staff throughout the whole year. At Pirates Cove, even at the seasonal staff, it's hard to maintain those staff. So it touches on both those areas.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions. Thank you very much, Parks. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Sam Watson, Chief of Police. First off, I'd like to start by thanking Deputy Chief Vance Fender, who did a lot of, if not all, most of the legwork on this. So thanks, Vance, for putting this together. The organizational structure is somewhat the same. Of special note is the increase in the police officer FTEs from 2022, and then the 4 additional that were put in for 2023, as well as the increased dispatcher and the 2 PDOs that you'll see under the records line there. Our enhancements, I'll get right to those. We have 7. 4 of them are basically administrative, if you will. 1 is a program, and then 2 are FTEs. So we're asking for money specific to our community relations program. For any of you that have interacted with our community relations specialist, the work that she's doing for the department is great, and have a dedicated line item for her program is important for us. The clothing and equipment, we're asking for an increase. We've increased our staffing within the police department, but have not increased the money for clothing and equipment. So we're asking for an increase there. As well as food, we've exceeded that budget every year for the past couple years. So we're asking just to bring that in line with our actual spending. The firearm supplies are extremely important. Over the past couple of years, we've removed a portion of that and used forfeiture money for that, but we want to make sure that this stays in our budget every year, because it is important and it's recognized. The program that we're talking about is the flock safety program. Right now, we've the initial year, which is this year's cost, we took the money out of our forfeiture account. But to sustain that program in the future, we would need this enhancement that's here. The first FTE that we're asking for is an additional code enforcement officer. This officer would specifically work with and enforce the Title 16 zoning and property maintenance code. So what we've realized over the years is historically that has fallen on community development and their ability to be proactive out in the community and work with the community on education and enforcement is tough. So having a dedicated person, we'd house them out of our code enforcement within the police department, and they would specifically look at Title 16 and zoning issues. Let me backtrack just a second. And of course, that person would need vehicles and computers and a setup. That's the one-time cost. And then our second FTE is the fire inspector. So with the addition of the vacant property ordinance, which I know is still pending, and then as well as the additional square footage that we're experiencing in the city, that is the responsibility of the fire marshal's office to inspect, not only do the plan reviews at the beginning, but then the annual inspection with the goal of 100% of the properties being inspected. We would need an additional FTE within the fire marshal's office as an inspector. Any questions?
Thank you, Chief. Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, Chief, I see us moving items from the forfeiture fund into the general fund. Is the forfeiture fund depleted, or what would be the purpose of that otherwise?
Having a kind of a hard time. If you're asking if it's depleted, no, I believe there's $85,000 or $90,000 in there, although 35 of that is already encumbered for the flock safety program that went up there as an enhancement, and a little bit more. I think right now the amount that's available is $35,000 to $40,000 within the forfeiture account.
Okay, so we are moving the expenditures from forfeiture to general because we are concerned that the forfeiture fund might not have sufficient funds at some point.
We're using the forfeiture funds for one-time purchases. I'm not sure if I'm fully understanding your question, sir, but it's the one-time purchase, such as the flock safety or necessary equipment that we've used.
But not for the ongoing cost of renewals and maintenance of the system. Right?
Correct. Yeah, not for the ongoing nature of the programs.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Chief. Public Works?
Good afternoon again. Victor Rochelle, Public Works Director. So just quickly going over mission there, department overview. Our organizational structure hasn't really changed since the last time everyone saw it. Just noting that we are filling positions, full engineering staff now, and frontline staff onboarding positions, which is great to see. Strategic plan connection. Public Works is involved in almost every strategic outcome category. And jumping straight into our CIP, not a lot of change from everything we saw last time for Tier 1. Same for Tier 2. You will notice in 2028 there were some adjustments that were missing previously when this was last presented for arterial street collector, pavement maintenance, as well as walk and wheel. Tier 3, only change again in 2028, arterial and collector sidewalk widening. Additional Tier 3 list, no changes there. Summing up the totals for 2024, coming up close to 23 across the board when totaling all three tiers. Capital Project Fund, Fund 31 here, Tier 1, only change from last time this was presented is the security for 2024, 20,000. Stormwater drainage, given our discussions earlier today, no change there. Just pointing out line 5 on there is the funding for the South Englewood storm improvements, $17 million. And then our concrete utility fund, no changes there. Service center fund, standard. Capital equipment replacement, or SERF. Vehicles, we expect, based on projections for that fund, to be heavily utilized here in 2024 and beyond. Summary of enhancements. So we have one position and some software and equipment. I'll go into detail on those. So our position request is one FTE for a traffic engineer. The city Public Works currently outsources traffic engineering. We'd like to bring that in-house to save money, but also gain some efficiency. We have multiple programs, neighborhood traffic calming that we're looking at, Vision Zero, development review, needs for additional traffic engineer review on safety enhancements throughout the city. This also includes some one-time funds for technology. We'd also like to develop a parking plan and strategy. The city's parking is currently fragmented in a couple different departments. We see an opportunity there to centralize and consolidate that program and gain some efficiencies. Jet evac truck for our stormwater team. They're currently using a piece of equipment that was set to retire around 2016 and has been limping along since. This is a key piece of our stormwater maintenance equipment. Allows us to clean inlets and make sure we can get water where we want it to go. Building on IT, so earlier in IT's presentation, you saw Cartograph. That is the ongoing. Public Works is picking up the one-time, since it's a Public Works request for that software. This piece of software is the facilities domain, which allows maintenance, tracking, and communication of facility requests throughout the city. Asset Builder, again, Public Works picking up the one-time with IT picking up ongoing. Asset Builder allows us to manage the various assets within the city, keep track of them, expect life maintenance and things of that nature. Traffic Signal domain allows management and tracking of specific traffic signal assets. And again, this is the one-time cost for that. Revenue proposal is only around stormwater maintenance fees, increasing those a little over 7%, and that is to keep up with the cost of construction index so that we don't lose buying power and are able to complete projects. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Director. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Hello, Director Van Rye.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll be here for three departments tonight, Water Fund, Sewer Fund, and SPR, and I think I can make up some time, so we'll see if that works. We'll start with the Water Fund. I think we've talked about this before. This is essentially, we provide water to the city. This is our organizational structure. This is water and sewer, so this is utilities as a whole. Right now we have 62 FTEs. 3 of those are on hold right now until the connector districts decide whether they want to go to monthly billing or not. So we have them approved. We have not hired them until such time in the future if they decide they want to do that. But you can see what we've developed our utilities department out over the last 3+ years to build it out so that we're actually providing this level of service that we should be to the community. We essentially are infrastructure, safety, sustainability, well-being, governance. You can see where we touch all that. So you're going to see some changes in here relative to this first page. There's a number of changes, and it's essentially around our operations complex that we had proposed to build a larger centralized facility at the service center. What we found is that right now, from a budgetary perspective, we don't necessarily believe that is the right approach. And so we've cut that project back and we've somewhat decentralized it to provide improvements to the service center space that is already occupied by utilities and to essentially expand that building and provide more office space there and mechanics and operations space. And then we are building space for a new control room and operators' workstations, as well as supervisors and conference rooms at the Allen plant currently right now, utilizing the current Allen plant footprint and adding a new hallway to the existing footprint. The third piece of this we would add some form of a shorter term facility at the Allen plant to house the remaining administrative functions that we don't have room for anywhere else that are currently residing in trailers. You'll see in one of our enhancements, we are actually going to, before I move on, one of our enhancements we are actually going to add, we're going to take over a trailer that was the stormwater division was utilizing. So that puts us at 4 trailers for utilities, 2 at the Allen plant and 2 at the service center. We will be eliminating those trailers once we execute on this scaled back operations and maintenance facility. So that's what those new numbers are, is that refined approach to that. The new line 11 you see here is the Denver Water Emergency Interconnect. We did have that in our longer term planning. However, we believe that has risen to be one of the most critical projects that we think we can do, because it provides a direct backup to some of the system vulnerabilities. We are engaging with Denver Water right now. There are 2 connection places that used to exist. For some reason, they were abandoned several years ago. We are looking to see what it would take to get those either the existing ones up and running again or identify a new one. This provides us resiliency in our system that we don't have today, and we think over time, as we've evolved, as we've understood our system, we've determined that this is probably one of our best backup plans that we can get in place. Pump station improvements, we originally had planned, this came out of the master plan, we had a couple parallel pump station improvements going on at the same time. We've determined that really from a system need perspective, we should really spend less time on pump stations and more time on other areas of the system that need more work. So we're not eliminating pump station improvements, we're just scaling it back and changing the timing of that so that we're not investing so much in pump stations right now. As we've looked at them over time, we've determined that we can actually help rehab them to keep them going, eventually replacing them, but not right now from a prioritization perspective. So you can see the 2024 request is just is at 21 million so far. And then this is the lead service line program. So right now we are in the process of identifying how many lead service lines we have. So we're actively going from an estimate level to a much more defined level of knowing where all the lead service lines are. We had originally assumed a 6-year accelerated replacement program. We think from a financing perspective, that might be a little bit difficult for us to finance because our debt service numbers get too large. So we move to what we think is a more appropriate time frame, which is a 10-year. Part of the challenge with that is the money that is available through the infrastructure bill is only available for 3 years, and that money has principal forgiveness associated with it. So the more we want to use principal forgiveness money, the more we have to pull loan money, which means our debt services numbers go up. So because we're borrowing more money sooner so that we can get more principal forgiveness, we can access more principal forgiveness. What that results is a larger impact to our customers as it relates to costs. So we're trying to balance all of those right now. It's hard to do that until we know exactly what the number is in terms of lead service lines. So we're estimating right now a pace of 10 years in the worst case, which would be 8,000 lines. It could be as low as 4,000. If we're at 4,000, we think we're in a lot better shape from a financial perspective. But either way, an accelerated program we think fits best with a 10-year. Within that, we anticipate that at some point in time there is going to be a proposal, likely in 2025, for a lead removal fee. So a lead removal program fee. So this is purely to fund the removal of those 4,000 to 8,000 lines out of our system to get the lead system components out of the system. Again, we don't know what that looks like yet because we need to understand what the total program cost is going to be, which we can't get until we get the inventory. We're budgeting to move forward with it. We have the budget for next year. It's when you get into the out years that we have to figure out how we're going to fund that. So what you see next year for a request for capital is 31 million, and a significant amount of that is getting that lead service line program up and running. And then you can see how that tapers over time. We have a few enhancements. You can see building rental software, half an FTE, which was talked about earlier with IT, and then some professional and services enhancements. So this is assuming that trailer that I talked about, which will allow us to have 4 trailers. This is the cybersecurity. So the EPA has cybersecurity regulations that we are not in compliance with, that we need to make some investment in our system. Plus that split of that network engineer dedicated to the network system at the Allen plant and essentially the ancillary facilities, the pump stations, things like that. And so the 300,000 is to make whatever improvements we need to make in order to become compliant. The 68,000 is to fund half of that FTE for that network engineer position. Professional services, the bulk of this is actually in the water rights area. So there's an increase to the water resources engineering support. And then we have a one-time in there of 300,000 for legal. And that's because we're planning for potential cases that may go to trial. If we don't go to trial, we don't use the money. If we do go to trial, then we have to use the money. We actually went to trial on a case about 3 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, which is usually not the case. We usually settle out of court right before going to trial. But in this instance, ourselves and a few other entities actually did go to trial because we think it's such an important impact to our water portfolio. Revenue, sticking with the financial plan, we'd be looking at a 4.5% increase, which generates about 275,000. Connection fees go up according to our ENR indicator that we use, which is 3.93%, which just under 40,000. And then this is an off year for the capital investment fee, so there's no increase to it this year. We do that every other year. That's it for water.
Any questions specific to water? Don't see any questions. On to sewer.
Sewer is going to go much faster. So same area, same division, same things there. This is all the same stuff except for sewer's proportionate share of it. The only change is, and that when I talk about all the space things, when you get down to near the bottom where sewer pipe rehab and sewer and manhole rehab are, we essentially combine those two. So since they're part of the same system, pipe and manhole, instead of being 2 different things, we just made it one system. That's the change you see there. The enhancements is some software and hardware maintenance agreement. That's in anticipation if connector districts want to go to monthly billing. These are supporting costs. If they don't do it, we won't use it. If we do, we will plan for using it. Increases 4.5% again, according to the financial plan. It's just over 900,000. You can see how that breaks down versus in city versus out of city based on the analysis we did a couple of years ago. Connection fees, similar increase, generates about 15,000. Questions on sewer?
Any questions on sewer? Go ahead, Director Van Ryn.
South Platte Renew. So this is our vision, mission, and values at South Platte Renew. We're a regional entity. We have 86 FTEs. You can see how they're broken up into the 4 divisions. That has actually stayed stable for the last 4 years, I believe. We haven't increased positions in quite some time. Infrastructure, sustainability, and governance. The main thing here is we actually have numbers now on our O&M complex. That project's been in design and development for the last 4 years, and this will complete the construction. Our anticipated construction completion date on that is August of next year, essentially. We actually just started tearing down Building 2, which is right behind the admin building. That's been going on for about a week, which is essentially kicking off the project. Our total capital request for next year in total is $18.5 million. We have checked with both cities' sewer funds to ensure that that can be accommodated. The capital projects portion of that has been confirmed by both cities. The last piece, which is those vehicles and some of that, some of those software and hardware maintenance, we're still confirming on those. But we anticipate that our budget requests will fit within the financial plans that have been developed by the two cities. No enhancements requested. We're actually pretty well on track with what we've been planning for. Revenue is all handled by the two sewer funds between the two cities. And that's the quick overview on South Platte Renew, at which point you'll get a much more extensive overview at the August Joint Council meeting.
Sounds good. Any further questions? Thank you so much, Director Van Roy.
Thank you.
So we're going to review the 2024 capital requests. In your packet, we prepared a CIP matrix review, recommendation from staff of the boards, commissions, and committees, and the priorities. As a reminder, for our PIF, Public Improvement Fund, will have $5 million annually from vehicle use tax, building use tax, and Arapahoe County Road and Bridge tax. And we present the projects by one-time capital projects and ongoing capital programs for operations and maintenance. So we have $5 million, but based on the staff recommendation, if you review your package, the total request for Public Improvement Fund and Capital Project Fund totaling over probably $9 million, $8.7 million. This is a slide we want to focus on. You can see this is staff recommended CIP. All the changes from previous presentation to council from April is highlighted in red. For example, wayfinding replace making $200,000 to $100,000, and pavement maintenance by area $1 million to $500,000. The badge system, want to make correction, that's not ongoing, $725,000, that's a one-time replacement. And Colorado Open Records Act request portal, $25,000 will have the right name for that project. We changed the already in public places 1% recreation from $39,000, $34,000. And one HR workplace management tool, $222,000 is a one-time. The ongoing cost will be $62,000. So you can see the total request, $9.8 million from April, now to $8.7 million as we presented. All the details are listed below. We want to ask council if you have any questions about these projects, or do you feel comfortable to allocate $4 million from unassigned fund balance fund additional projects above the $5 million?
Any questions from council? Jackie, do you happen to have what the current balance is of the unassigned fund balance? I know we talked about it.
$8.8 million at the end of May. I think estimated is 8-point-something million.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you're asking for an additional, so $4 million, half of that.
Correct.
And we should mention that we're simply stating that a proposal to really take a bite out of this capital, unfunded capital, using the unassigned fund balance, which has been unusually healthy with better than expected revenue and really tight purse strings at the city and departmental spending. So we think that this, as one-time spending, is a really good use of those funds.
Yeah, actually, to 3.8 million unassigned fund balance, but. And this matrix will also list the 2022 actual spending, carry forward the beginning balance, and addition and ending balance. So we are asking for council's directive.
Go ahead, Member Russell.
Did staff consider the input from public, from the Budget Advisory Committee and from Planning and Zoning? And all of those, or no?
Thank you for the question, Member Russell. All of the recommendations from the boards and commissions are in your packet. And so certainly, I guess I'm confused. So we're actually recommending to fund most of what those boards and commissions suggested. And I think you'll see a lot of consistency between the different recommendations. Further, if you do agree to allow us to use the unassigned fund balance, which is really losing value each year that we don't spend that down, we can fund most of the priorities represented by your boards and commissions.
That pretty much answered the question. I just asked if staff went ahead and did all of this, and I know that it's all in here. I know that. I read it all. But I was just asking, because it's presented as though staff decided.
I think the way that we were looking at that is we have multiple inputs, and council makes the decision on how to prioritize that. We don't put any more weight on the staff recommendation than we do the other boards and commissions that look at that list.
So my question is, if we're not considering it, why have any of those boards do it? And if you're doing it, that's great. But if we're not doing it, because council has the ability to decide, I've heard from some of those boards, it frustrates them. Why should we do anything? Council decides anyway. That's why I'm asking if staff considered those in what you chose. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Nunnenkamp?
Thank you for this. Can you remind me, if you're looking for feedback tonight, will we look at this again before we final vote? Can you just remind me of our process here?
Yes, we're asking for council's direction, but we are going to present the final proposed operating and capital CIP budget in August. Because some of the numbers may change, like you can see the change in red. But I just want to get a feel about council's risk tolerance level about the projects and about our fund balance. Or if 4 million, 3.8 million is too high, what is the number you feel comfortable, given our current estimates?
That's helpful. Thank you. I will weigh in and say that I have been a vocal proponent of using the unassigned fund balance for capital projects. I think that it's important. I think they're taxpayer dollars and we should be using them for taxpayer benefit. And so what the question I have, and I want to spend some more time in the new prioritization tool, is do we want to fund several more projects with that big chunk of money, or would we like to maybe do like one bigger thing, which is this continued question that we've had? I haven't made up my mind on that yet, but I do support using additional resources from the unassigned fund balance.
Yeah. In your package, the matrix, you can see we pretty much use the 5 million funding from the taxes to fund the recurring program, OAM, and we want to use the unassigned fund balance to fund the one-time project. You can see that's how we present the projects in this matrix.
Thank you. Anything else, Member Nunnenkamp?
Just one last thing. I see you have that printed on a long sheet of paper. I don't normally get printed copies, but that would be incredibly useful in this process. Maybe we could get that from staff.
Sure.
Thank you.
The council member asking for a paper copy now have the advantage. They do have this matrix. We're going to send this out.
Thanks.
Thank you, Director Loh. Any further questions from council? Or anybody want to weigh in? Oh, go ahead, Member Anderson.
I'll weigh in. I'm supportive of spending the spending down some of the unassigned fund balance on this. Would want a little more context to know what the percentage comes out of in terms of our, sorry, it's getting late. What, if we did that, what do we estimate it would be in terms of percentage of our annual expenditures compared to that 16.7%, if that's the number I'm remembering right? Once we spend that extra money down, how would we be sitting in terms of our unassigned fund balance overall?
Yeah. Our estimated fund balance, 22 million, then we have, of the 22 million, 3% revenues for Tabor. Then we have some restricted fund balance because grants. The 16.7% is not part of this unassigned fund balance. We put that aside already. We have
Okay.
10 million
So we already
set
have the
aside. We still have
16.7%.
8.5 million estimated unassigned fund balance.
Okay, so then we'll have, if we spend this 3.7, we'll still have 4 point something
Correct.
left over, and so that would be added on to the 16.7%.
Correct.
So
Correct.
that's the question, is what does that percent end up being if we spend that down?
Okay.
Does that make
So, yeah.
I didn't say it very clearly, but
Got it.
No, it's an interesting question, but yes, the unassigned fund balance is a fund above your reserves.
Right.
Well above both Tabor and, your policy reserves.
Yeah, so that, I'm just thinking in terms of the ratcheting and sliding conversation we had before, maybe we would want to spend down more than 3.7 million if we have useful projects to put it in. If we end up with a 22% reserve or something like that, I don't know if that's, even after spending that 3.7, I don't know what the number is, but is that necessary? I think that's a conversation I'd like to have. Would be open to spending down more of that.
Yeah, that's a fair question. It could be 20%, right? Or I can give you some what-if analysis. If we do 3.7 million, 3 million, 2 million, what does that percentage look like on top of the 16.7% reserve? Then see
Yes,
what
good.
your
Yeah.
comfort zone
That's
is.
the analysis I want
Okay.
to see. Thank you.
The only thing I would add to that is that you saw in the budget presentation this year a much more concerted effort for departments to split out their ongoing versus one time. That's much better budgeting, and we do intend to ask council in order to maximize without, with keeping living within our means from revenues and expenditures, we plan to ask council to fund many of those one-time costs that have been identified in the operating costs, operating budgets. We do plan to ask council for some of the unassigned fund balance to fund those, because we've been much more disciplined on identifying what the one-times are.
That's helpful information, because I would want to consider those two questions at the same, together. Thank you.
Yeah.
Cool. Any other comments from council? I think we're okay with what's been proposed at this moment. Obviously, we'll have more discussions about it in the coming months. So, Director Loh, I appreciate you and your staff, or the entire staff, for being here late tonight and speaking to the budget. So thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right, everyone, we're now on to reports from boards and commissions. I'll start off. There's nothing from a previous board or commission, but just wanted to make everyone aware the DDA will not be meeting this Wednesday for lack of quorum, so no Wednesday meeting today or this week. Anyone else? Now we'll go on to council members' choice. I'll begin here as well. City manager, I'm not sure exactly how best to do this. Driving down Hampton, there's sizable potholes across between, well, it goes into Denver as well, but basically from Santa Fe all the way to University. Usually I'll use the Englewood Fix app to kind of just pinpoint where the pothole is, but there's just too many of them. So I'm not sure if we can kind of get to CDOT so they can start repairing these. I know that the rain kind of added some of the potholes over the recent weeks, but some of them are pretty sizable. So go ahead, Director Rochelle.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you for the comment. As someone who commutes on Hamden to the east, I would agree the potholes have increased. I was pleasantly surprised to see one that was particularly egregious the other day filled. It is a CDOT asset, and they do fill those in emergency situations. Our crews will go out and do cold mix if it's a safety issue. So I will reach out to CDOT directly and make that request that they drive both east and westbound Santa Fe to University and try and fill those as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Director. Director Rochelle, is the Englewood Fix app the proper way to kind of identify some of these potholes, or does CDOT usually come out here and start filling the potholes? And I'm just trying to figure out how best to communicate this information for not only myself, but also for citizens.
Yeah, Englefix is probably the best way. That gets it on our radar, and then we can reach out to CDOT and document that in the process.
Thank you, Director.
Yes, sir.
Nothing else for me. Anybody else with council member's choice? Seeing none, city managers report.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't give a full report, but I will just follow up that on the break, I was able to talk to at least one council member who was interested in really looking at that for the flood assistance, really looking at that income qualification on that. If we think, we may have 2 to 4 individuals, that perhaps we could be a little bit less restrictive on the income qualifications for that grant. And so I will reach out to community development about that. Those are our local funds. It's called Fund 46. It's the remnants of our housing authority. We have, loans that get paid off that bring in that funding. So we can be more, that money is pretty flexible. And then secondly, based on your feedback, we will bring some thoughts around a hardening grant for basement flooding, essentially. So we'll be working on both of those things. And feel free to give me any more feedback or direction, as you think of things for that. Thank you.
All right. And with that, we are now adjourned. We'll be back on July 17th. Everyone have a great 4th. I'll be there in person, so see you guys in a few weeks. Have a good night.